449. Trustee Hoffman and Trustee Eno, please provide your statements for the record. I'll start with Trustee Hoffman.
Thank you, President Bella. I've been advised by the General Counsel that pursuant to AB 2449, I may participate remotely in today's meeting as I meet the criteria for just cause. I have an illness that prevents me from attending in person.
Okay, thank you so much, Trustee Hoffman. Trustee Eno, please provide your statement for the record.
Sorry, I'm guessing it's the same one. I just have to find it, but because of just cause also, I've been given permission to be remote, but I'll find the statement.
Okay, so pursuant to government, yes.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. No, please.
Okay, so pursuant to Government Code 54953 E2I, I will entertain a motion to allow Trustee Hoffman and Trustee Eno to participate remotely. So moved by Trustee Buelna.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Henderson. Roll call, please.
Trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez. Absent. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vera. Absent.
Okay, great. Now, may I please have the roll call for the regular board meeting?
Trustee Buelna.
Present.
Trustee Henderson.
Here.
Trustee Hernandez.
Here.
Trustee Hoffman.
Here.
Trustee Eno.
Here.
Trustee Vela.
Here.
Trustee Veras.
Here.
Excellent. Can I have one of our AFT leaders lead us in the flag salute? Bill Ellerton. Bill, can you lead us in the flag salute? And please come up to the podium.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ellerton. There we go. Well, it's a very bittersweet moment for me at least, and I know for some of our trustees and Chancellor who got to know such an extraordinary woman who served us, I can tell you, genuinely for many years. And so we would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Miss Gloria Molina and Mr. Malcolm Hollins. Gloria Molina, former LA County Supervisor, passed away on Sunday, May 14th, from terminal cancer. She faced this fight with the same courage and resilience she lived her life. Gloria Molina will be well remembered for the strides she made as a woman in politics, becoming the first Latina to be elected to the California State Assembly, the LA County Board of Supervisors, and the LA City Council. La Plaza de Cultura y Artes described Gloria as a champion for social justice who dedicated her life to public service, fighting tirelessly for those who were underrepresented. Gloria Molina is survived by her husband, Ron, daughter, Valentina Martinez, son-in-law, Brendan Curran, and grandson, Santiago, and 9 siblings. And I want to say that, I worked for the supervisor for 10 years, and, it is truly an honor to be able to take that skill set and share it with my colleagues and share it with all of you. This is a person who really led with integrity and understood the trials and tribulations of how we as Los Angeles County citizens always and often need to unite to be able to lead the country in policies, in particular, that help people who don't and can't help themselves. So, I'll leave it at that with that. But we also have to pay tribute to a wonderful graduate of Los Angeles Trade Technical College who was earning an electronics degree and already had a job lined up after graduation with Southern California Edison. He first learned about the Edison International Line Worker Scholarship Program through LA Trade Tech, where he began his educational foray into the field. Malcolm was unfortunately murdered on December 10th, 2022. The Los Angeles police announced the arrest of 2 men on March 1st in connection with the fatal stabbing during an argument on a downtown Los Angeles sidewalk. Malcolm Collins was described by his family as a phenomenal individual. He was a hard worker, loving son, brother, cousin, nephew, friend, and amazing father. He was a gentle giant. He made sure to light up the room every time he stepped in it. On behalf of the entire Los Angeles Community College District community, we extend our deepest condolences to the Molina and Collins family. Let's do a quick 30-second moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate all of you. Next on our approval agenda and order of business, it's highlighted for me to do the tribal acknowledgement, but I would really appreciate it if Vice President Henderson were to do it, and that's under number 3. Thank you, Vice President Henderson.
Got it. The Los Angeles Community College District recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, the Tavium, Serrano, Keys, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work and to teach and educate on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and tribal and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Ferdinand Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Keys Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians.
Thank you so much, Vice President Henderson. Before we make a motion to approve the order of business, Chancellor, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Board President Vela, members of the board, good afternoon. There are 3 items I'd like to bring to your attention. We ask that you move item M1 out of the consent calendar to take action preceding the special presentation. This item is to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Los Angeles Community College District and California State University, Sonoma. We're very pleased that we have President Mike Lee here, who's joining us from Sonoma State University, and Provost Karen Moraski, who's here with us as well. So we'd ask that you move that item out of order, and we are very thankful for that. That's the first piece. The second item relates to A2. The name was omitted, and we want to make sure that we include for the record Javier Carvajal Ramos as advancing to tenure at Los Angeles Valley College in the discipline of counseling. So we recognize and congratulate Javier. We'd like to include his name for the record, and also ask, third item, that you move item K2 out of the consent calendar to take action after the special presentation with Sonoma State. This item is to approve the status advancement of contract faculty members to tenure. And we had a wonderful celebration the hour before in which we recognized many who were able to join us. So those are the 3 items, sir.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda and order of business with the requested amendments?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Henderson.
Second.
Second by Trustee Hernandez. Roll call, please.
Trustee Boulna, trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. It is very exciting day today because we are extremely honored to have our next student trustee who will be sitting here with us, advising us and ensuring that we are always hearing our student side. So I am really excited to invite up Miss Alexi Cordoval. Alexi, come on up and we'll get you sworn in with the chancellor. Now, Chancellor, if it's okay, would you mind if she does it from her seat? That would be a lot more official. Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you again, once again, for the recognition. I'm very excited to be representing the student body of all 9 colleges. And I hope that I can fulfill this role to the best of my ability and the best of your expectations. So thank you guys once again. And being a student and being here means a lot to me. I'm just trying to figure it out, but I know that I can do the best I can. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, student trustee. Is it Cordova or Cordova?
Córdoba.
Cordova, okay, because I know you could say it 2 ways. Would you like to be set up so you could see the agenda? Okay, can someone help our student trustee? Okay, all right. I like that. I like that. You came ready. I love it. Okay. At this point, again, we're excited to have you join our board. We're here to help you, assist you in your journey. Please know that my board colleagues, all of us, consider you one of us, and we are just super excited to answer any questions but we're really happy that the student voice really does matter. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. So may I have a motion and a second to approve the regular board meeting and closed session minutes of April 12th, May 3rd, 2023, and special meeting on closed session minutes of May 3rd.
I'll move to approve. This is Andra.
Moved by VP Henderson, seconded by Buona. Did someone? Oh, Ms. Hoffman, what were you saying? Oh, okay.
I was just gonna move to approve. It's all right.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you so much. So, Vice President Henderson, are you okay with Trustee Hoffman? Buona moved. Okay. So let's do, if you don't mind, Trustee Hoffman, if you could do the second.
Sure, second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova. Advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez, trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so note that I am pulling up M1 was requested to move out of the consent calendar to take action preceding the special presentation. May I have a motion and a second to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Los Angeles Community College District and California State University, Sonoma?
I moved.
Moved by Henderson,
Second.
seconded by Vettis. All right. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Motion passes. All right. So we're gonna do a quick, if you could be patient with us, we're gonna do a quick ceremony, signing ceremony. Let's do it. Okay, President Mike Lee, come on up. A colleague would like to join me? That would be fantastic.
Dr. Lee, it's with a lot of pride that we ask you to sign this memorandum of understanding that will codify the relationship between this district, all of our 9 colleges, its students, and Sonoma State University. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
And we would love to invite you to say a few words, sir.
Thank you, Chancellor, and the trustees. It's really my great honor and pleasure to be here today. And we came down here with the provost to really to not only to sign this, but to celebrate and get started with a long-term partnership between the two great institutions. And but I'd like to kind of start by saying congratulations to all the faculty members who got tenure today. I think it's very, very significant because it's because of the faculty and the staff member and their hard work that have transformed so many lives in this community. And we are the one working together to really, really make sure that the family, the tradition, the culture are preserved, and they all head into a better future. So thank you very much for all the faculty members and what you do. Thank you. And let me take this moment to also introduce very quickly California State University, Sonoma. We also call it Sonoma State University, or SSU. It is located 40 miles north of San Francisco. It's west of Napa. So we are in the wine country, right there, right there. But real important matter is that Sonoma State University is a very, very unique institution in the California State University system. There are 23 campuses, but we are pretty much the only one public liberal arts and science institution, and that provide very, very intense caring education for all our students. Wonderful, wonderful housing opportunity on campus. We have 3,200 beds, and a lot of our students, particularly transfer students and the first year student, live in a dorm. And it is actually very good. It's so good that my wife and I actually live in a dorm among the students. And but I really believe that it's not only a beautiful place to study, but it provides a very unique aspect. Our belief is that you have to make sure the student get the kind of education that develop a full person. They articulate better, they think better, they are critical thinkers, and you know what? More importantly, they care about the community, they care about the environment. And we're very proud of the student who graduated from Sonoma State University. So that's why we came down here, and I'm very, very happy we're able to do this. I would be very happy to see more of students coming from the district to Sonoma State University. So at this moment, let me introduce Provost Dr. Karen Morinsky. Say a few words.
Thank you, President Lee. We're very excited about this MOU and the promise that it holds for developing deeper partnerships between the LA Community College District and Sonoma State. We're very excited to have 2 recruiters who are going to be living here in the LA area and who will be visiting you and working with students to develop those partnerships. We're also very excited about the opportunities for scholarships that we offer to students from the LA Community College District, both recruitment scholarships for tuition and also housing scholarships to enable students to live on campus and have that real college experience that is part of Sonoma State's legacy. And so we really appreciate being able to work with you. All of our deans, all of our faculty are very eager to have students from Los Angeles become Sonoma State Seawolves. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll simply end by, this did not happen quickly. They both flew down, members of their team of Sonoma State, to meet with our college presidents back several months ago, where we started to describe this partnership in this way to really provide additional educational opportunities for our outstanding students. And what we saw, the environment, the climate, the level of financial support, the accommodation, the guaranteed admissions, it was the full red carpet from President Lee, Provost Moraski, and Dr. Elias Lopez. So I want to thank you 3 and also to Dr. Albo Lopez here, who hope to shepherd this process through. So this is more educational opportunity for Los Angeles Community College students. So we thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you. All right. Fantastic.
All right. Well, thank you again for traveling all the way from the beautiful wine country. I mean, I don't know how you guys do it. If you get stressed, what do you do over there? I just don't know. All right. Well, this is fantastic. And thank you all. And thanks to the trustees for making this happen. Thank you so much for staff and leadership. And, we look forward to working with you. Thank you so much. All right. Next up is we're going to go ahead and come up out of consent calendar, take action with have Dr. McKeever and Dr. Angela Echeverri joining us for the next special presentation. Oh, and of course, Jeff Hernandez, who's here today. So in this case, can I have a motion and a second to approve the status advancement of contract of faculty members to tenure? All right, can I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by VP Henderson.
Second.
Second by VP. All right, motion, please. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
I think he just stepped out.
Oh. Absent. Trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson, Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Let's come on up. All right.
Thank you. We're going to take a few minutes to recognize the fine faculty, 79 faculty who received tenure this year. During the most difficult times probably in the history of our district to get tenure. We're so proud of them. And as I said earlier, the only feeling better than getting tenure is probably retirement. So we look forward to that for them, and we really appreciate the fine work they're doing with our students and the work they'll continue to do. So with that, I will read off the names, starting with City College, and Jeff Fernandez will read the remainder of the list. But David Akapian, Nicole Barta, Cynthia Gomez, Karina Jobe, Armapal Khanna, Crystal Klein, Michael Klein, Huya Lee, Eric Romero. At East LA College, we have Stephen Alvarez, Leticia Barajas, Cristina Frias, Maya Gallegos, Emily Haddad, Marcus Medina, Anna Oliveras, excuse me, Sabrina Pan, Courtney Powers, Carlos Rodriguez, Ryan Toma, Kelly Velasquez, and Cecilia Villamor. At Harbor, we have Tracy Jones, Natalie Parra, Alberto Pimentel, Alexandra Roberts, Yvonne Silva. Admission, we have Sherry Bark, Cedric King, Richard Mellinger, Araceli Molina, Adam Scott, Mark Hobbs. And at Pierce, we have Latiria Hockday, Thomas Klein, Judy Lamb, Brett Marshall, Lindsay Phillips, and Angelita Rivero, Grace Jet Soria, Robert Toblowski, Katrina Wuno, and Nurit Ziz.
All right, now I'll be picking it up Southwest. Again, for the record, my name is Jeffrey Hernandez. I'm the Vice President-elect for the District Academic Senate, subbing for Angela Echeverri today. The Southwest College, 6 faculty members, starting with Elizabeth Flowers, Kenya Johnson, Susan Lyons, Yvette Moss, Yvette Tucker, and Brandy Robinson. Next, from Trade Tech, 11 faculty members, Jordan Catiano, Russell Conte, Jason Jakahi, Nicole Jordan, Robert King, John Lee, Silbina Lepe, Joshua Smith, Alan Walkenbach, Matthew Wilson, and Kimberly Wicker. 13 from Valley College, Norma Albaran Duarte, Jose Arieta, Araxia Arutian, Ian Beckenridge Jackson, Elliot Coney, Edward Gika, Dingley Mo, Christopher Petrini, Elizabeth Thornton, Talar Tolomajian, Lester Towns III, Ruth Vasquez, and Javier Carvajal Ramos. And last but not least, West LA College, 6 faculty member, Elena Avias, Ryan Edwards, Laura Gachard, David Hernandez, Corrine Martin, and Charles McIntyre III. 79 total.
Thank you so much, by the way. Really appreciate it. I'm very thankful for today's reception right before this. Do any members of the resource table wish to be recognized at this time to make comments before the board? Come on up. Ms. Alonso, come on up to the podium. Thank you.
I guess I go first today. Good afternoon, President Vela, VPs Eno and Henderson, Chancellor Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, colleagues and guests. Hazel Alonso, President for AFT 1521A Staff Guild. First and foremost, on behalf of AFT 1521A, I do want to express our acknowledgement and gratitude for the resolution on today's agenda, recognizing the importance of classified staff. We will continue to remind this organization that classified staff matter and the core functions of this institution would cease to operate without us. From your paychecks, to your benefits, to your class schedules, it is Unit 1 classified staff that are responsible. From the moment a student steps foot on your campuses, from the Welcome Center to financial aid, to the registrar's office, it is Unit 1 classified staff that help that student along the process. There is no LACCD without Unit 1 classified staff. So with that being said, I again repeat that this administration and this Board of Trustees have continued to fail AFT 1521A. The words on a resolution are appreciated, but they are not enough, not by any measure. The actions behind the words are what matters. The actions are what matters to your classified staff that are overworked and underpaid, to the classified staff that are mentally and physically drained with covering 2 to 3 desks because administration fails to prioritize the hiring of vacant AFT 1521A staff. And then, if that was not bad enough, the administration has found another way to overlook our concerns and turn a blind eye and continuously insult the core fundamentals of unionism. What is that, you ask? That is the grievous attempt of this administration to weaken our classified rank and file members by giving away our work. I am here to say enough is enough. Supplanting our work is not the solution. The widespread misuse of student workers, interns, and prof experts is not the answer to finding vacancies within AFT 1521A ranks. While walking the campuses during the last couple of weeks, I have seen how departments stay empty, but for student workers. Bookstore cashiers, a classified position, are being managed by student workers at colleges such as Southwest. Categorical program departments are being run by student workers with no supervision from Mission to West to Valley. When will this board do the right thing? When will it hold its administration accountable for its failure to uphold the exclusive bargaining rights of AFT 1521A? Will it take signed testimonials and petitions from the employees on the ground that you have also been elected to represent? Will it need negative publicity to get everyone to listen? Will it take intervention from elected officials from a state level? I would like to remind this board that you were elected into office to not only represent the administration, but rather LACCD in its entirety, from the students to the staff and to faculty. 1521A belong in that circle you were sworn in to serve and listen to and do right by. So when is that time? When will our voices be heard and when will change come? We will continue to advocate, continue to represent, continue to stand at this podium. But at what point will the board take action and stop the abuse of AFT 1521A's collective bargaining rights? Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Alonso. Anyone else from the resource table, please come on up.
Again, my name is Jeffrey Hernandez. I'm the Vice President-elect of the District Academic Senate here on behalf of Angela Echeverri, our District Academic Senate President, and normal face here at the board meetings, and who couldn't be here today because she, along with other members of our district family, is attending a professional learning opportunity. It's offsite where they're going to dig deep into their specific disciplines, and biology, her discipline was one of them. To really look at how to close equity gaps for Black and Latinx students to increase their success at our colleges. So it's really that same commitment that we would always expect from faculty that is exemplified by our District Academic Senate President. I thought that should be noted. So I wanted to touch on a couple items. One is she sent a email on Friday to the Chancellor, copied the board regarding a proposed board policy related to the reassignment of educational administrators to faculty positions. I ask that you give it your full consideration. And in fact, today's ceremony recognizing our newly tenured faculty is a reminder of the significance of the good work that's done by faculty on these committees, evaluation committees, but also hiring committees, the hiring process. And it really it speaks to the wisdom, even when it comes to the hiring process of the state legislature of setting up this process of mutual agreement between the academic senate and the board trustees or designees. And that way, there's one area that we have a gap. We don't have that board policy. So we're really anxious to work collaboratively on that and get that put in place. The other thing I thought I should mention is, being that you've heard this, I think regularly, is a concern about learning loss, right? And one of the reasons I'm bringing this up too is that the legislature also shared that concern. As you know, they provided some funds, the COVID-19 recovery block grant funds, that in the May revise, the governor is proposing that it be scaled back significantly. Now, there's an eligible, there's an eligible funding source for bad debt from bad student debt. In other words, student debt that has not been paid off after 2 years, that then we have to, basically eat the cost. And currently that's a significant amount for that all the colleges are facing. And it just penciling it out, it could theoretically take all of that money and leave no money available to pilot efforts to address learning loss. And I just would encourage, board members to inquire as to what will colleges do, even if it's just experimental piloting, some small portion targeted at the learning loss that we know is going on. It may be the case with limited funds that we cannot spend as much of that money for what was the main intention of it. But if we could at least make sure that we get a foothold in place, that we can pilot some things and then later seek external funding, I think that would be a step in the right direction. So I ask you to consider that and maybe inquire about that at the appropriate committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez. Anyone else from the resource table? Mr. McKeever?
Good afternoon. Before I yield the remainder of my time to our VP, Bill Ellerton Seelig, I want to take a moment to recognize that June is LGBTQIA+ month. As we have had these recognitions each month, that I have been here, I'm well aware that some people still don't see the need for these special recognitions. These recognitions exist due to the invisibility of these groups in much of our history, literature, art, science, and so much more. For the LGBTQIA community, many in the past have been forced to hide in plain sight, such as Angela Davis, who is out, but that portion of her identity is often ignored, denying her full humanity. The battles that have happened long before Stonewall and continue today have made it a better world for my children and our students, but not a good one. We have much more to do, and recognition of the LGBTQIA community is just the start. I will yield the rest of my time to our VP.
Thank you, Dr. McKeever.
Let me see, hang on a second. I want to try to keep this relatively short. So there's this dental procedure about your gut, and I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I just want to, I didn't know I was going to get up to speak in support of our classified staff, but in one sense I am, because this lack of staff has become a major issue for this district. It's had a negative impact on our health benefits unit and our retirement unit. I tie it all the way back to the SRPs and the fact that we allowed a great many people to retire and never replace them. And so these issues keep coming up. My phone's going to play with me. I mean, we have issues with the rating ends not being completed in a timely fashion. We can't keep people's medical benefits processed. We may have just found we have another major issue with our medical benefits and those kinds of things. Currently, we have a major issue in our current CBA, which I believe the board had a goal and we had a shared goal of trying to finish negotiations by June 30th. Before our existing agreement expires, we wish to have a successor agreement in place. Currently, I'm not so sure that's going to happen. We are attempting it to the best of our ability. Management is there. We have all of our articles are on the table and in discussion. And yet, after all this time, currently we have TA'd on one of about 18 or 19 articles. The Guild has countered on multiple occasions, and we've moved from our initial positions, but I'll be honest, management has made zero movement on anything that dealt with anything that has money associated with it. Even though it's very clear, in the last 23 years in this district, faculty members in this district have received one raise that was above the cost of living. And that was for 1.07%. In the rest of those 23 years, we've gotten just COLA, the cost of living. And this idea that COLA and the cost of living adjustment is somehow a pay raise. It's a state. COLA in this state is statewide average. LA is nowhere near the statewide average for the cost of living. So even when we get a cost of living adjustment, those that have to work in LA or live in LA, and you may notice we're not living in LA anymore because we can't afford it. So we move farther out and we move farther out and farther out so that we commute in. And then when we try to make some adjustments like our counseling issue, and we force them to drive back to campus every single day, even though they're going to sit in their desk and do online appointments. There's something just not right. We need to get together on these things because it's not, we're asking for a reasonable adjustment and we're getting zero movement. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. Now, I'm not, just want to add one more thing. Sorry. The older I get, the less I can remember. I did, so it's not all negative. I mean, we are working together. The management team is working with us and we're trying, we just don't know if we're have any shot of finishing by the 23rd if we can't see some kind of movement on those issues. So we wanted that to come out. But I did want to end on at least a positive thing. When we do work together, we do manage to solve problems. The Guild's always been there when we have issues, when we went to CalPERS to save on issues. We're always there as a partner in this. We know that this is an LACCD, it's a district. We all sink or float together. So we want to be part of that discussion. And just very recently, you may have, we had some issues with some misunderstanding of our current MOU and our current CBA language as it referenced remote work for counselors. We brought that to the attention, management was involved, and we were able to pretty much put it, at least settle the initial problem within about 4 days. So when we work together, we can solve these issues. And so I just want to make sure that communication stays open and that we're working together and everybody's on the same page on what our goal is. We would like to have a successor agreement in place. I would prefer not to come next month and ask for us to extend our current agreement while we continue negotiations. But I don't know where that's headed. And that's it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ellichan. Anyone else from the resource table? Okay, hearing none.
No.
Oh, okay. We have, Ms. Harrington, you're online. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, President Vela, members of the board, and Chancellor Rodriguez. For the record, I am the duly elected president of Teamsters, Deborah Harrington, representing all of our deans. I want to first and foremost congratulate all those faculty who achieved tenure today. I remember when I received tenure in the district. It's a special moment. And I agree with Dr. McKeever. The only other one coming up is retirement. And I look forward to that as well. I also want to say that I'm up here in Lake Arrowhead with Angela Echeverry, and we are working on DEI efforts. And just want to say that it's wonderful to be up here and working on this, but on behalf of our unit, I also want to wish everyone happy graduation. I missed graduation this year because of this Leadership Institute, but I also want to especially say happy 75th anniversary to Pierce College. And finally, I want to wish everyone happy Pride. Now more than ever, we need to celebrate our LGBTQ+ community and stand with them and for them. I know you join me in sending the clear message that we see our LGBTQ+ students, faculty, administrators, and staff, and we honor and appreciate their humanity and understand that when anyone's dignity and rights are threatened, all of us are threatened. This month and every month, we commit to our part in protecting the human rights of our LGBTQ+ colleagues and students, and commit to cultivating inclusive environments where everyone feels they belong and they have a voice. Yesterday, Teamsters Local 911 sent a memo to the board and CC'd senior management across the colleges. We wanted to go on record and share our concerns regarding the approach of management in our negotiations and sincerely express our deep desire for a reset and return to the table with both sides ready to negotiate in good faith. We are committed to a collegial and problem-solving approach, as our faculty colleagues indicated as well, and look forward to coming back together to start afresh. I am so proud of our unit and how we stand united and ready to advocate for revisions and additions to our current CBA that will ensure better and more supported working conditions for our members who are so central to the successful operations of our programs and services. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harrington, Dean Harrington. Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Echeverri, I see your hand up. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I just want to take a moment to congratulate all our newly tenured faculty. I wish I could have been there, but thank you to Jeffrey Hernandez. Many thanks to Jeffrey for doing such a great job and for addressing the board. I also want to congratulate our incoming student trustee, Alexi Cordova, and I want to express my my joy, the joy that I'm still on a cloud from yesterday's commencement ceremony admission and last week's lavender graduation ceremony. It is so wonderful to be able to celebrate our students' accomplishments and achievements. And I want to recognize the role of everybody, faculty, staff, and administrators in their success, as well as their families and loved ones. Finally, as we gear up to hire more than 200 faculty members, I want to advocate for proper classified staffing to support the hiring process, because I think all of us know that without classified staffing and support, it's going to be very difficult for us to get all these new faculty on board. So again, thank you. And I look forward to working again with all of you on behalf of student success in the year ahead. And I am very privileged to be here up in Lake Arrowhead, working with biology, psychology, and communication studies faculty on how to minimize disproportionate impact that we're seeing among students of colors in these disciplines, students of color. So it's a privilege, again, to be a part of this effort and to be working with Deborah Harrington and our colleagues here, discipline colleagues. So thank you, and have a wonderful meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Echeverri. I just want to make sure there's no one else online from the resource table. Is there anyone else? Okay. So next up is we've received the Chancellor's monthly report, which includes activities at the colleges from the college presidents. Do any of the presidents wish to further comment or highlight anything not included in the written report? Please come on up.
Good afternoon, Board President Vela and board members, and welcome Alexi Cordova, a LACC student. I'm very proud to have you sitting in that chair tonight. I just want to update you on a couple of great activities we have coming up at LACC. On June 15th, next week, is our annual Senior Fest. So we've got over 500 seniors and their families invited to the campus for onboarding activities and some other opportunities for them to get to know the LACC campus. We advertised on iHeartRadio, social media, and in our local high schools. So we anticipate a really big crowd. So if you're able to come and join us next week, it'll be a lot of fun. We've got 9 mini enrollment fairs that we're doing in June. This is something new that we're just doing for the first time this summer. These are full day onboarding activities for our incoming seniors who might have missed any of the onboarding activities that they had when they first connected with us in the spring. We are doing ongoing live Zoom support, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. in our Welcome Center every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this month, and then throughout the rest of the summer. And our LAUSD partner counselor meeting with dual enrollment is happening next week as well to plan our summer and fall classes and the scheduling of them. And finally, our first year experience summer boot camps begin next week for all of our first year experience incoming students. They are going to be in a hybrid format 4 days, 2 days in person and 2 days online. So that's what's upcoming. Thank you.
Thank you, President Gallagher. Ms. Yanes, come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Vela, Vice President Henderson, Chancellor Rodriguez, members of the board, colleagues, and fellow guests. Very quickly, once again, congratulations to the tenured faculty that are here today as we celebrate with you, and welcome Alexi Cordova as our new student trustee. Very quickly, as I stand here before you, I want to talk about commencement yesterday and tell you that President Vela was there with us in celebration. We recognized his sister Anna, so that was a special moment. I'm still overwhelmed with emotions of joy, happiness, and how proud we all were as we celebrated the 1,500 graduates sitting in the seats, as well as the 1,300 family and loved ones that came to. Was it 13,000? Okay, so I'm underestimating.
Yeah.
Thank you.
13,000 people in the audience. It was
That's
amazing.
correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, President Vela. You may have heard President Rahman, who I'm representing this afternoon, tell you that ELAC is a special campus and that statement is a fact for many reasons from our social justice history. And it really drives our collective efforts to the ethnic of care that we provide and family commitment to our students and the learning environment. And we really saw that yesterday. Just a couple of takeaways really quickly. As we recognize some of the accomplishments of our students, I can tell you from sitting on the stand with President Vela and the other team that 90 to 100% of the students stood up when we said, are you an honor student with a 3.5 or 4.0 GPA? Students stood up as they were acknowledged for being first generation college students. Students really parents. I'd say 99% of our students were parents. And I share all that to say that we were so proud of the work and the fulfillment of our mission as community college of access, equity, and really fulfilling the dreams and changing lives. Very quickly, I'll end by talking a little bit about enrollment strategies, and enrollment management. I want to share with you as the interim chief instructional officer of the campus that we're very proud of the collaborative village effort that has been for us this year. And as you see the data, you see that we are continuing to trend upward on the momentum to continue to be the one large college status campus for the district. We're very proud of that with 20,000 and more FTEs. So I'm going to go back really quickly to Chancellor Rodriguez in our first retreat when I started on my first week, that we projected that we would be at 20,005. And as we're looking at our numbers, we're trending up 19%, but it's actually a little higher because you don't see our public service affiliations, which will run around 3,400 to 3,600. And what you don't see is also our non-credit and how hard the faculty are working, because for us at ELAC, it's all enhanced, which means more funding. So I want to thank you on behalf of our campus, and I want to thank that village of that campus for making this work for our students and community.
Thank you, Vice President Yanes, and great job on the commencement. President Aguiar?
Good afternoon, trustees, Chancellor, and congratulations. Thanks for joining us. Looking forward to working with you. I want to take a minute to thank the partnership with the Zawadi Cultural Collective that is going to be, has partnered with us to have the Juneteenth event coming up on June 17th at Pierce, and teamed up with our Umoja team, and they were doing a great job preparing. We're going to have over 60 vendors present, so a lot of food and a lot of fun. Our enrollment continues. We continue to close the gap. We continue to have those strategies implemented that we promised to. In terms of our Saturday events, those are really working very well for us. And in terms of our Pride Month activities, our Multicultural Center has been very busy. We've been having TV screenings, movies. We've been having workshops for allied workshops. We have been having readings and certain books that joining, and it's been a team effort. Students, our classified professionals, faculty, administrators, having different activities. So And we will be flying the pride flag at, of course, our commencement. So we're really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. President Aguirre, anyone else from our college presidents? President Limbaugh.
Sorry, I'm so used to being alphabetical. I wasn't quite ready for that one. Here at West, thank you, Trustee Eno, for being such a great speaker at our commencement yesterday. First off, West Los Angeles College hosted almost 1,000 LAUSD West students at a major recruitment fair. West was named the Community Partner of the Year by the Culver City Chamber of Commerce. And on June 27th, West will be hosting the State Chancellor's inaugural Climate Change Conference, inviting presidents and leaders from all over the country, or pardon me, all over the state, to begin discussions about how the state community college system can take a lead in addressing climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gribbins, come on up.
Good afternoon. Like everybody, we're all still really excited from yesterday, except for Pierce because it's tomorrow. But but it was a lot of fun. The last board meeting, I think it was still embargoed that one of our students won the Jack Kent Cook Scholarship, Cecily Sewell. So that's absolutely amazing. If you don't know that, I think is one of the most prestigious, maybe the most prestigious scholarship in the nation, $55,000 per year for 4 years. And Cecily is off to Columbia University. So we're excited for, yeah, I give that a round of applause. Right. On the agenda, you'll see that we have a MESA program. We were awarded a MESA grant. We're excited about that. That's a wonderful complement to everything that's going on at Valley with all of our programs to help support students and get them excited about different opportunities for their studies. And then the last thing I want to mention is that President Aguiar, President Ornelas, and I will be meeting with the LA Unified leadership team in the Valley to advance our work. As you all know, we've all been reporting every month the amazing work happening on outreach and dual enrollment, making sure that students almost have to opt out of coming to Mission Valley and Pierce MVP. And this upcoming retreat is to plan out the next few steps. So we're excited about the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gribbins. Appreciate that. From Trade Tech, right? There we go. Thank you, Vice President, for being here.
Last night, we were pleased to celebrate 830 of our students graduating, 900 eligible to receive certificates and degrees, and 4,500 total guests at the Gallon Center. We had the honor of welcoming our mayor, Karen Bass, as a distinguished keynote speaker who provided words of inspiration and encouragement to our graduates. We'd also like to thank Chancellor Rodriguez and Trustee Hernandez for joining us during the celebration. Thank you. Last month at Trade Tech, we're also pleased to open the doors on the new Employment and Career Success Center. The center provides a productive, collaborative, and welcoming space for our students to ready themselves to secure a job in their fields of study. Finally, in May, we also celebrate the mental health awareness with workshops, a special talk with former Los Angeles Laker and mental health advocate, Meta World Peace, and the Campus Wellness Day. Yes, he showed up and the students were very engaged at the ASO. Finally, we'll acknowledge the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month with a performance by East-West Players, the nation's premier Asian American theater, and a special talk by LACCD AAPI women's leaders, where we were joined by Trustee Kelsey Eno as one of our panelists. Thank you, Trustee Eno. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Culpepper, come on up.
Thank you, President Vela, First Vice President Henderson, Second Vice President Eno, and certainly our Chancellor and the rest of the distinguished members of the Board of Trustees, and welcome to you, Ms. Cordova. We certainly look forward to working with you. Yesterday was the culminating event of our commencement at Los Angeles Southwest College. Wonderful event. Just want to give a shout out to all the administration, faculty, and staff, and certainly the graduates yesterday and the family members that were out. Very well attended in a wonderful celebration. I just want to give a special recognition to our faculty who have obviously been honored today for their tenure. But certainly yesterday, the faculty showed up. We had 2 sections set up for the faculty, and both of those sections were full. And so I want to thank the faculty for showing up and letting the students know how important they are in their journey. Our enrollment continues to recover very strongly. We are projecting a summer enrollment increase of 15% on the enrollment and 11% on the headcount. And so we are in our, as we close out the end of this academic year, we have a continual successive recovery in double-digit percentages for the last several academic sessions. And so we're very proud of that. We also have had another meeting with a philanthropist, Gilbert, Mr. Dennis Gilbert, the Chancellor, has been very instrumental in solidifying that relationship as we re-engage, renew that relationship to build out our sports program, in specific our baseball and softball fields and other endeavors that we are engaged in conversation. So thank you, Chancellor, for taking the time to lead us to that conversation. And let me just say, I missed a line item here for Trustee Henderson. She represented the Board of Trustees well yesterday as she did her commencement speech. I won't talk about what happened after the commencement and the celebration. What happens at LASC stays at LASC. But we are very thankful for her representation, and certainly we thank Vice Chancellor Gordon for also being representing the Chancellor's office. Did a wonderful job with her presentation, and also Dr. Vanderwood, who was also there and present. Want to recognize once again Higher LAX. We just had another graduation. And so I may have mentioned this earlier. I apologize for the redundancy in our minutes, but I think it's worth saying again, 350 graduates now from Higher LAX, $15 million in salaries and benefits have gone to these students. And so that deserves to be recognized in the work that's being done. Lastly, as we look at the things that we have accomplished this past year, we are now engaged in planning a retreat for the entire administration and to see areas where we can continue to improve as we engage for the next academic year that is upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Culpepper. President Dorado?
Trustee Vela,
Yes.
I'm like halfway expecting President Culpepper to come up and share a little Sam Cooke with us, because
Oh, God.
that was certainly a highlight through the graduation ceremony to hear him
Nice.
give that rendition of Change Is Gonna Come. So that was
All right. We'll-
Should we do it now, trustee? Good afternoon, trustees. Trustee Cordova, I extend our invitation for Harbor College to come and visit us so that we could tell you everything about Harbor College and introduce you to our students at Harbor. So congratulations and welcome. Trustee Henderson, thank you for joining us yesterday and raising the roof for our commencement. We had a lot of fun. Remember, next year will be our 75th year that we celebrate commencement at Harbor College, where we educate and empower our students. So please put that on your calendar now so that you don't say we didn't let you guys know. Just kidding. I also want to start off by saying congratulations to our faculty that are retiring, Dr. Ann Warren, Nabil Barakat, and Dr. Shelby Subramanian. So yesterday we gave them a shout out during commencement. Each of them has served for over 3 decades. And so to our freshly tenured faculty, you only have 26 years to go. So congratulations to Tracy, Natalie, Alberto, Alexandra, and Yvonne. You guys really make us proud. We continue to host our students for our early decision. 95% of the students that go to Harbor College leave with a full-time schedule for the fall and enrolled for our summer bridge. So we continue to do that. We're going to continue to do that throughout the summer. So excited for that. We received quite a bit of grants. We received the digital marketing coordinator grant for $1.43 million for 3 years. The Regional Equity and Recovery Plan grant for $71,000 for 2 years. The Song Brown grant for $540,000 for 2 years. Tutoring and mentoring grant for $180,000 for 2 years. And we have been designated the Asian American Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander campus, one of 42 in the state of California.
And we're very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lovello.
I just wanted to say, I'm just looking at the summer enrollment and I just want to say congratulations. You're 129% of the 2017 numbers, which is just amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Only to be beat by Mission College at 137. Sorry, I just looked down and saw that. Congratulations, Dr. Arnold.
President Ornelas,
We're not competitive.
that's a
Good afternoon.
great introduction.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for recognizing Trustee Hernandez. So good afternoon, President Vela, members of the board, Chancellor Rodriguez. Just a couple of things. We're all excited. We're still, really happy about yesterday's commencement of Mission College. Thank you, Trustee Bettis, for being there with us. Chancellor Rodriguez for joining us. We had a wonderful keynote delivered by Assemblywoman Luz Rivas, who really talked about her story and connected with our students and, being from Pacoima. We had over 1,300 degrees awarded. We had close to 800 students graduate. So it's an amazing event. Also want to share with you our amazing biotech program, because as you know, that continues to be one of our rising areas. And once again, our biotech faculty, our students outdid themselves. This semester at their poster presentations, we had industry present, we had employers there, and 100% of our students who finished the certificate program this semester were placed in industry. So thank you to our faculty and congratulations to our students. And I will end my report there. So thank you.
Thank you, President Ornelas. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see if there's any members of the public signed up for Board of Trustees regular agenda items. So we do have several on the regular agenda item regarding, I believe it's authorized lease of district facilities at Mission College. And so what I'm going to do is, because it is all on item X7, let me see. I also got some last minute speakers here. What I'll do is I'm going to entertain a motion to limit the speaking allotment for each of the people that are here. There's about 25 people in total. We need to limit the discussion for 20 minutes per item. So I would entertain a motion to do 1 minute per speaker. But what I'm gonna do is have 3 people come up to the front so that there's, the speaker is at the podium, and then there'll be 2 people. If it's okay with all of you, they're gonna be directly lined behind the current speaker so that there's a quick turnaround and everyone can also, the other thing you can do is you can also give your time over to anyone that you feel could also speak to your cause by allowing them your allotted time. So there is that possibility too. So in case there's 2 people who are duplicating the same statement, you can do that and come up at the same time. So as I call your name, you can come up, okay? So let's do a motion first to limit the speaking to 1 minute. Can I have a motion? So moved by Vettis, seconded by Vice President Henderson. Roll call, please.
Student Trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Dr. Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Okay, motion passes. So I would like first off, we do have someone in Zoom, so I'm gonna have that person go first. Tracy Cook, can you please come on up on Zoom regarding item X7, authorized lease district facilities at Mission College, and go ahead and unmute yourself.
Would it be, hi, would it be possible if you could let a couple speakers in the room go before me? Because now that I have to edit mine to 1 minute.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. I'll put you, if you don't mind, at the end. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, Tracy, thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, Lynn, can we please have Gina Wilson, Mark P. Ryan, and Maria Alvarado come on up to the podium. Please state your name.
My name is Gina Wilson. I'm the Dean of the Citizenship Pillar at North Valley Military Institute. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. I am giving my time to Mr. Scott Branscombe.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Branscombe.
Hello.
I work with North Valley Military Institute. I had this long speech prepared, but you gave me 1 minute, so I'm going to do my best. I've worked for the school for a few years, and I've watched many students come and go. But I would like to tell you a story of one student. The student at 4 years old lost his father to a murder. Continued to fight and push and do what he had to do. He went to another high school where in 11th grade, they informed him that he was 70 credits short and he only had one option, which was to go to a continuation. The student was brought to North Valley Military Institute in 11th grade. He caught up. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that 4 years ago, he lost his mom to cancer. And he was able to bring all of his 70 credits up with the assistance of North Valley military counselors. He had mental things going on, and they were able to help him through that. And this young man walked the stage 4 days ago. He graduated. And I'm telling you this story because not only am I a staff member there, this is my son that I'm speaking about.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So thank you.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Mark Ryan, head of the school. I'm going to cede to one of my students.
Okay.
Hello.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
I am Master's Major Dalen Campos. I am part of one of the staff at NVMI, one of the cadet leaders. And I think NVMI has really changed me for the better from when I first came here in 9th grade. And it helped me, made me focus academically. And I got all the support and help that I needed by getting my grades up. And also getting involved and actually fitting into the activities that they have at this school. I've done things that I've never thought I would have done, and I've done things and met a whole bunch of people that I thought I probably would have never met. And I have most of the closest people that I keep in contact. I've met at NVMI, and I feel like the school has really helped me. I think NVMI has really changed me a lot, and my plan for leaving after high school was to go straight to the military, but I've had a whole bunch of staff and counselors tell me I'm too smart for that, and that college was the best option, and that I should go there.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments. Go ahead and state your name.
Maria Alvarado, I'm the academic dean. The parents and guardians of the students bring their children to NVMI with the hope that the team will help create a different narrative for their child's future. 60% of our student population is male, Black, and brown students living below the poverty line. Several of our students, the only clothing they wear on a day-to-day basis is the uniform. The foods that fill their bellies comes from NVMI. The stories of our alumni are not limited to, but include the experiences of a cadet whose mom passed away their senior year. He graduated on time with an A because of the accomplishments at NVMI and LAMC. He was able to complete his coursework a year early from UC Davis, which allowed him the ability to take an internship in Washington, D.C. Our current class of 2023, 21 of our students are students with disabilities, one of which was in a mental health infused class. 100% of our class, of our 2023 class graduated with acceptance into a four-year university. 100% of students made the choice to continue to a four-year university with tuition paid. 15 have a full ride. 22 graduated with anywhere between 15 and 60 plus units in LAMC dual enrollment program. All 11 students who graduated magna cum laude and summa cum laude were in the LAMC dual enrollment program. 3 Army ROTC scholarship recipients. Emily Martinez going to UCI awarded 85,000. Abizer Vasquez attending CSUN, 41,000. Leda Cristobal attending Sacramento State,
Let's go ahead and
61,000.
summarize it.
They were
Thank you
all
so
enrolled
much.
in LAMC dual enrollment programs and completed over 50 college units upon graduation. NVMI serves students who would otherwise never dreamed of being able to attend a four-year university. They have now had a choice, an equitable opportunity on the playing field. We have already had closed our doors to our 6th, 7th, and 8th
Thank you
graders.
so much. I
I
really
implore you to
appreciate it.
consider how you're affecting our students.
Thank you so much. Next, if we can have Lauren Serena, Tracy Harkins, and Mike Romo come up. Please state your name.
Name's Lawrence Sadiana.
Pleasure. Oh,
My pleasure. There you go.
I
No, I know
apologize.
Lawrence, everyone gets it wrong.
Okay.
I am the athletic director for North Valley Military. I could give you guys hundreds of stories, but one thing I could say what our school does better than anyone else is make connection with the kids. We have amazing coaches, amazing staff. A lot of our kids that come to our school, like Ms. Alvarado said, they come from a place where they don't have food on their back or food in their stomachs. Same thing goes with sports. They have never played an organized sport in their life. We basically, our program allows everyone to make the team automatically. Now, from there, it's on you to stay on the team by your grades and behavior. We make the connection with the kids through middle school and through high school, even after they graduate. They come to us for advice. They come to our counselors of what college programs to enroll at. They come to us for family emergencies. We are a community there with them in high school and after high school. So us being at Mission College, we have seen success stories already. I have kids in the back that have 4.0s this semester while taking 2-3 classes at LAMC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and state your name.
Mike Romo was the last one named, so I don't know if there was that other
No, that's
person
fine. Go
available.
ahead.
Okay.
Absolutely.
First of all, I'm not speaking on the same topic as they are.
Oh,
So,
okay. I think, yeah, right now that's kind of where we're at.
okay, so I'll step back and wait for them to do that.
If you don't mind, I
No, no, I'm fine.
apologize. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if.
Excuse me, you called my name. I'm on Zoom though.
Oh, got it. Okay, I had you here as Zoom. You're right. Okay, I apologize. Go ahead and mute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. My name is Tracy Harkins. I am faculty at Los Angeles Mission College, and I was asked to speak on this item today to acknowledge the campus discussions that have occurred about this. First, I'd like to thank LAMC administration for the faculty consultation that has occurred on this item through presentations and discussions at Senate, chairs and deans, and college council meetings. Faculty interests shared in the conversations included appropriate prioritization of spaces and services, supporting safety, quality, and integrity in service delivery, maintaining a high standard of conduct with and for associates of LAMC, and continuing to provide a rich and supportive learning environment for all LAMC students. Management assured faculty that these priorities will be appropriately addressed if this is implemented over the next 2 years. In light of this, faculty have been generally supportive of the proposed arrangement over the next 2 years. I appreciate management's communication on this, and in health and human performance, we look forward to collaborating with NVMI programs to serve the NVMI student population at LAMC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harkins. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up Reno Niundo, Christopher Franco, and Josue Melgar. Come on up. Reno Niundo, Christopher Franco, and Josue Melgar. Go ahead and state your name.
My name is Regina Reno Yundo. So to keep it short, first of all, thank you for this opportunity, Ms. Cordova. Congratulations. I'm a product of NVMI sister school, which is OMI. And to keep it short, honestly, it will be a very high injustice for the students for this school to shut down or not have a place to operate. Just because for students like me, growing up in Oakland, it was a tough time trying to find a school that fits me and my needs. And for a school like NVMI, they've definitely checked off all the boxes that students need for success as far as education. So I feel like not having a space for that type of school is a complete injustice for the students. And we can sit here and make it political and we can, make it complicated, but it's simple. The kids need this education, they need the support system that NVMI offers. And at the end of the day, you guys kind of make that decision. And it will be very wrong for you to sit up there and not make the right decision. And the right decision is support this school and what they stand for, because people like me, we end up making it with the right support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead and state your name.
Hi, my name is Christopher Franco. I've been working with the school for 5 years. I'm an air traffic controller. So I've been there for many years, and throughout those years, I have had the pleasure of meeting many of our students who have been a statistic. They have grown up in very abusive homes, have grown up without any clothes, any food. And if you know what I'm talking about, we've all been through it. If you have grown up in Pacoima, we have transportation from Compton, East LA, Palmdale, who bring those students to our campus every single day, so we can make sure that we provide for our students. So what I am pleading for all of you is to make the right decision so we won't fail our students. Let's keep fighting for the students who have been forgotten by our society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and state your name. And then if we can have Josue Martinez, Kevin Cardenas, and Paul Vargas start to come up. Go ahead and state your name.
Hello, I'm Josue Mogar, and I'm an alumni from MVMI. I graduated in the class of 2021, and I'm just recently got my associates at New Mexico Military Institute, and I just commissioned into United States Army as a second lieutenant. So without that, I wouldn't be able to be here if it weren't for all the student staff and faculty at North Valley Military Institute. So it's a very great school, and I'm also continuing my education in Syracuse, New York. So without this school, without me, I didn't think I could be able to become a United States Army officer. As I just said, I commissioned May 14th, and I plan to have a great career in the Army. So this all wouldn't be possible without North Valley Military Institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up and state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Josue Martinez. My journey started with NVMI in 6th grade. Just throughout the years, I've seen like the support and support of the staff is like no other. They'll get you where they need to be. I'm also a graduate from New Mexico Military Institute, just commissioned May 13th. My sister is actually Emily Martinez, who received the 85K ROTC scholarship. My father didn't graduate elementary. My mother didn't finish high school, and the support that MVMI has brought to our family, the community itself is phenomenal, and the community needs a school like this for the minority, the people that can't go. The bus systems themselves, parents have to get to work. The school provides buses, just help with really anything. I know I could call anybody here up that has attended school, an alumni, and they'll support me and my family or whoever. The school builds a community like no other, and it'd be a shame to lose a community like that.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and state your name.
My name is Kevin Cardenas. I graduated from MVMI in 2020. I've been there since the 6th grade. The reason for me being here today is because I like to thank MVMI for everything they've done for me. The staff helped me out. They got me through college. They gave me the information that I needed. I have my AA from New Mexico. I'm the first person in my family to graduate from college and high school. Now I'm attending Dominguez, and I'm going for my bachelor's, hopefully commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army. So that's pretty much it. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and state your name, and then let's have Giovanni Giron Perez, Ricardo Hernandez, and Anthony Gonzalez come on in. What?
My name is Paul Vargas, and growing up, I didn't have the best childhood. My father went to prison at a very young age, and it was just me and my mom. And I went to 4 different high schools before I finally made it to MVMI, and finally making it there, I found the support system that I needed and everything I needed to grow. I was so behind in credits. I would stay in Dr. Ryan's office, till about 6 o'clock after school, after everything ended, just trying to graduate on time with my class. I graduated in 2021, and at that time, I had no plans of going to college, nothing of that. And it was brought to my attention, you have the chance to go to college finally. And through the help with the school and the whole support system that they all provided me, the love that they showed me it was immense. They showed me so much love and so much care that, I'm on my second year of college, and it's an amazing opportunity they provided me, and I couldn't ask for a better school. And I just appreciate everything they've done for me and everything they will do for, more generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and state your name.
Hello, I'm Ricardo Hernandez. I graduated from MVMI in 2020. I also graduated from New Mexico Military Institute in 2022, and I attend Norwich right now. I'll be graduating next year in April. I'll be getting my BS in criminology with a minor in psychology. And afterwards, I hope to get my master's in social work and become a social worker for LA. But without MVMI, I don't think I would be there. I don't think I would be here. And I would like to devote the rest of my time to Geo.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Giron. I am a graduate of 2018, and I like to think of myself as being proof of what MMI could do at its full potential for the rest of the students. I was the first to attend New Mexico Military Institute, graduate, and then not only that, enlist and move on to be the first cadet to attend the United States Military Academy at West Point. And I've been there for the past 3 years. And even then, coming back home, I've been home due to an injury, and MMI still reached out all these years to help me out, give me the opportunity to keep working and see physical therapists, since my military benefits wasn't able to help me while being here at home. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here standing with the hopes and the prospect to return to West Point, finish my degree in mechanical engineering, and finish my commission to the United States Army as a second lieutenant. So if it wasn't for all these amazing people back here and the best friends I made in the back, I probably wouldn't be where I am today, and with the hopes of who I can become in just a few more years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and state your name, and then can we have Anthony Gonzalez, Edelberto Rodriguez, and Kevin Martinez come on up?
How's it going, everyone? My name is Anthony Gonzalez. I'm a former alumni from 2019, and I'm also a staff member from MVMI. I'm a safety team member. The reason why I'm speaking today is because I'm one of the damaged kids that MVMI conquered. I was hurt, I was left alone, and if it wasn't for the staff behind me, I wouldn't be where I am today. One thing that nobody knows about me is I attempted suicide 2015, and it was a failure. It didn't work out. And I'm glad it didn't work out, because if I didn't meet the staff behind me, I wouldn't be where I am today, alive and talking to you guys and letting you know that it will be a damn shame if we're not allowed to continue, because it's like they said, we're a community, we're a family, and if we're not a family, then if it's not like me, then it's gonna be other kids that maybe their suicide succession would probably work. So hopefully you guys just open your minds and hear us out and make sure that we stay open. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, go ahead and state your name.
I am Alberto Rodriguez, and I want to say less than 4 years ago, I was in my home country, Nicaragua, and I was thinking about graduating high school in the US. And yesterday, I graduated from LA's Mission College as a salutatorian, and part of that achievement was because of BMI, because they helped me to succeed in high school and graduate. And without them, I would be here, and they helped me go through the process of moving to the US and graduate from high school and learning English, learning personally, and learn discipline, learn how to wording, how to do more things than just to study. And they helped me also with a dual enrollment. It was a lot of help because I learned how to use Canvas, how to use all the process of community college before I actually graduated from high school. And that helped me to complete my associate degree in 2 years. And now I'm transferring to CSUN. I hope you guys consider the opportunity to BMI to continue to help all our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and come on up. Kevin Martinez, Anthony Gonzalez, Julio Herrera, Joshua Cetina, Javon Cagua, and Gael Rodriguez Juarez. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Julio Herrera. I'm one of the directors at North Valley Military. Boy, if if I had more time, I could tell you all the stories of these guys coming into the discipline office. But one thing that everybody forgot to mention is the opportunity of us working with LAMC and the early college program. A lot of these students participate or have participated in that program, and it's changed lives. I've been on that campus, and them being on that campus has made a huge impact. Some of them have never been on a college campus. So them being there is huge. We started off struggling to get maybe like 30 kids to sign up, and now everybody wants to sign up. There's a wait list, right? Because they want to be there. But it's a beautiful campus. We hope to continue partnering with LAMC. As you can see, we actually had more alumni that actually commenced yesterday at LA Mission College. So we're very proud of that, and we hope to continue that partnership. Thank you.
Go ahead and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Javon Kagwa. I'm a student athlete who attends North Valley Military Institute. And this school has taught me to be more disciplined and become a better person in life. I moved to North Valley Military Institute in 2020 because I didn't have the best grades and I started hanging out with the wrong group of people, and my life is starting to go downwards. And now when I moved to MVMI, I finished this school semester with a GPA of a 4.0. I became a better person. The staff, the coaches, and everybody has helped me in many, many ways. They've also helped me getting a job, so I can also help my mom pay rent and support her and then pay bills and everything. And I just think MVMI staying as a school again will probably help many other kids, not just me, but everybody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and state your name.
My name is Josh Satina. I came to North Valley Military Institute in 7th grade because of my grades and the people I was hanging around with. And I was going through a lot of things with my family and depression, and my coaches or the staff members in North Valley will help me a lot with it. And my grades were slacking, and they went from being slacking to now being good. And I did college courses for about 2 years already with them. And they helped me a lot with sports athleticism. That it changed my mind. It gave me to straight path, focus on sports, and now focus on going to college when I graduate out of high school.
Thank you very much.
My name is Gael Rodriguez Juarez. I am a student at the North Valley Military Institute. This school has really changed me throughout the 2 years I've been here. I'm still here in the learning structure, but I have had many opportunities in this school. When I first came to the school, I was like, I didn't want to go to college. I didn't really want to go to school no more. But after meeting all the coaches, a bunch of my teachers, Dr. Ryan, and a lot of people have really influenced me to go to any college I wanted to. And honestly, I really wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for this school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and go back up to Tracy Harkins. Oh, she did. Okay.
I think you mean me.
Yeah, I know. I don't think she spoke. She said she was going to review her speech.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tracy Cook. I think you got thrown by two
sorry,
Tracys.
Cook, I apologize.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Let me know when you want me to speak.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to applaud and laud the gentlemen, the young men that have come today, because they've done great work. And congratulations to all of them. Fortunately, they all speak about the leadership that they learned at NVMI, but it's actually the sloppiness of the leadership of the personnel at NVMI that brings us here today. Currently, NVMI is being investigated by FICMAP for a retreat to Las Vegas costing over $90,000. At first blush, one has to think that perhaps that $90K would have been better served to maintain the middle school that they recently closed. And LACO has yet to receive a material revision from them, even though that's what the California state school laws say they do. We need to restore the boundaries between public goods and sloppy actors. The history of NVMI has been problematic. The simple story is that NVMI had been authorized by LAUSD until 2018, when the district did not renew because of NVMI over academic, financial, and management issues. Now, years of sloppiness have landed us here. A school whose leaders claim will be down to less than $20,000 looking to land at Mission College. How can they afford a lease and run a school? Community colleges are the greatest hope for our city, state, and nation. You trustees are doing hard work protecting and growing our future. For the sanctity of that important
Ms.
future,
Cook, let's
you would
wrap
be
up
best served to
and
do your
summarize.
diligence before you say yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Hans Johnson. Unmute yourself. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Johnson. Christy Lopez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Christy Lopez, and I'm with the Office of State Senator Caroline Mangivar. The Senator would like to express her support of NVMI's move to LA Mission College. This move will further aid in providing dual enrollment of students, which is key to student success. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lopez. Let's go back to Hans Johnson. Are you online? Yes, okay.
I am indeed.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, please begin.
Hello, trustees. I'm here on behalf of the East Area Progressive Democrats. We write expressing our concern about this lease request, given the record of gross financial mismanagement reflected in 2 letters of great concern from LACO regarding its chartered organization. Notwithstanding the testimony of students or graduates heard here today, the incredible financial mismanagement at this institution makes it a good candidate for closure and for implosion in the near term. It should not be rescued or granted a new lease on life at another campus where it might continue the pattern of financial mismanagement and grifting that it has shown at its current location. Unfortunately, due to cutting corners, NVMI has a track record of failed supervision of students and complaints by the co-located institution at Voces that create even greater concern should it be given access on a greater scale at LA Mission College. On behalf of our members, we urge you to exercise your duty of accountability and governance to say no to this lease and to end the record of mismanagement by NVMI.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. That will end the public comment on item X7. We do have one more person regarding Sonoma State. Katrina Linden, are you still around? Or did she leave? Oh, hi, come on up. Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Katrina Linden, here on behalf of the Campaign for College Opportunity. Thank you for your work to ensure more students receive an ADT and for your dedication to intentional intersegmental coordination. LACCD has made great progress to adopt the ADT as a preferred pathway for all students seeking to transfer, and for that, we thank you. However, with summer fast approaching, the deadline to implement transformative transfer policy AB 928 is almost a year away. AB 928, as you know, requires all colleges by fall 2024 to place students on an ADT pathway where one exists, and to ensure regardless of a student's educational pathway, they leave our world-class institutions with a degree to show for it. Planning and collaboration amongst faculty, administrators, college leaders, and of course our awesome students must start now. Last year, we were pleased to honor 2 of your 9 colleges for their exemplary work to implement the ADT. But this momentum must continue and be equitable across all colleges. As the largest district in the state, the success of California's transfer ideal rests on your implementation. We look forward to continuing this important work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so let's go ahead and have Mr. Romo come on up. Thank you for being patient.
How much time do I have?
You got about, and this time you got about a minute. We'll maybe give you another
Okay,
5
that's
seconds.
fine.
How's
All
that?
right, just need to know All right. Good afternoon, President Vela, trustees, Chancellor Rodriguez, distinguished guests. My name is Mike Romo. I am a retired classified employee. I would like to thank the board for Resolution H1 recognizing Classified Employees Week and the work of the LACCD classified staff. I also need to acknowledge AFT Staff Guild President Hazel Alonso's remarks and remind the board that the current Staff Guild contract contains as an appendix a decision against the LACCD by the Public Employees Relation Board, or PERB. As you know, PERB is the state agency charged with enforcing contracts between government, state and local government agencies and their employees bargaining units. The PERB decision found that LACCD was in violation of its contract with 1521A by giving the work of the unit to other bargaining units and unclassified employees. By the rules of the Personnel Commission, before they are hired, can I just have, okay, I'll talk fast, but not too fast. Classified employees are vetted, they are tested, they are interviewed, and then they are ranked. And only classified employees from the top 3 ranks can be hired. By selecting unclassified employees, the LACCD administrators are showing disrespect to the classified employees who have met those qualifications. They are showing disrespect to the Personnel Commission by ignoring their rules, and they are ignoring the PERB decision. Resolution is nice, but the district needs to enforce the existing.
Thank you so much.
Language. Thank
Appreciate
you.
the comment. Okay, I do want to mention is for the record that there were about about 13, about 11 other people by written comment that wrote into the Board of Trustees regarding item X7. All right. Okay, so that ends the public comment on items on the agenda. Next, we're gonna have reports from the board. Trustee Vettis, can you please summarize the proceedings of the Facilities Master Planning and Oversight Committee that you chaired on May 17th?
Thank you, trustee. 1 second while I call up my notes here. The Facilities Master Planning Committee reviewed 3 items. The first is a recommended item to the full board regarding a stormwater implementation project at Los Angeles Harbor College. Dr. Smith and team reviewed a number of improvement projects that sought to improve some of the natural scaping and water retention, stormwater retention on the campus. And so this is part of the ongoing stormwater efforts that are happening at all our campuses. But a very impressive project that includes collaboration with the LADWP as well in the city. We're the next door neighbors. So next, and this is the vast majority of the meeting was focused on our LACCD's procurement process. We had a chance to view the number of ways in which groups and individuals are able to do business with the district. And specifically, we had conversations about our local emerging, forget all the acronyms, Ruben, but it's our disadvantaged veterans owned local emerging business and small business programs. Probably the best way to categorize that. But Mr. Travers and Mr. Barrios were there to also present on all the different ways we do business, the utilization of Planet Bid, and a few points of how we do business a little differently in the facility and LACCD build program as opposed to our regular activities at LACCD. So lots to talk about there in terms of that conversation and presentation. And then we heard an update regarding AB 1151, a longer term conversation about facility leases. So that's the report from facility.
Thank you so much. Trustee Eno, please summarize the proceedings of the Legislative and Public Affairs Committee that you chaired on May 17th.
Yes, thank you. And again, my apologies for not being physically present. We had a really good Legislative and Public Affairs meeting last month. We did vote to approve and support AB 1400 by Assemblymember Brian on the historically Black colleges and universities. So that was great that we can support that. Something else that came out that was really informative was the May revise. So we went over that and things are better than we anticipated. And so hopefully everything will hold. With the May revise and the governor's report, a huge congratulations to LACCD for the hard work that they've done, particularly Maria Velos, who's out in the crowd, I'm sure. But we were able to make sure we were able to secure a 10 million ongoing for the next 3 years for the LGBTQ plus student support funding, as well as 2.5 million for LACCD Small Business Enterprise Center for East LA College. So congratulations to President Roman for that as well. And I know all of us board members and presidents and staff and faculty have also been going up, and the chancellor have been going up to Sacramento to lobby and advocate for all of these things. So thank you so much. You're making my job as chair in this pretty exciting. Everything else for the most part is still ongoing, but moving through pretty smoothly and quickly. I would ask Academic Senate as well as AFT to sit down with us at some point as well, because we're hitting some bumpy roads, I think, with some of the ethnic studies and some of our bachelor's degrees coming down the pipeline with the Cal State systems. And hopefully collectively we can work together to advocate for our students and the programmings and all the great work that we're doing at the community college level. So that's pretty much my summary.
Thank you, Trustee Eno. Trustee Hoffman, can you please summarize the proceedings of the Budget and Finance Committee that you chaired on May 17th?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bella. We also got a presentation by our state lobbyist, Mark McDonald, on the May revise. And I was going to highlight the LGBTQ $10 million per year, which is really fabulous. And I know, Chancellor, we're working on trying to get the allocation for our district to be a little bit higher, correct? Okay, good. You're shaking your head, Trustee Eno, so that's good. And then congratulations to East LA College and Dr. Rahman for getting the $2.5 million highlighted in the state budget. So we went over the May revise. We also had the 2023-2024 proposed tentative budget presented to us and explained by Ms. Gordon, and that will be on the agenda today. And our committee is recommending that we adopt the tentative budget. It's under consent item and number 3. And we also had the informational items of the 2022-2023 third quarter 311Q with the projected ending balances. For the third quarter, the ending balance is $167.7 million, which is equal to about a 20.8% ending balance of projected expenditures. And we're really looking forward to the final budget, which hopefully will be done on time by mid-June. And that is my report.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. Trustee Henderson, please summarize the proceedings of the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee that you chaired on May 17th.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met at 4 p.m. on May 17th with my colleagues, Trustee Buelna and Vice President Eno in attendance. The committee was presented with 3 informational items. The first was the Educational and Strategic Master Plan and Mission Statement for LA City College and their revised mission statement. The committee, although very impressed with the presentation, made the recommendation that the LACC team return to the next committee meeting to report back on questions raised regarding how the in-language component would be addressed and the role of the community and their decision-making. So we will be looking forward to having that information in that report. Our second informational item was a student success report by Vice Chancellor Alba Lopez and her team. And an enrollment update. There were no future discussion items presented, so our next meeting will be on Wednesday, June 21st. at 4 p.m. So ends my report.
Thank you so much. And then Trustee Hernandez, can you do a report on the ad hoc committee on basic needs?
Yeah, just really quickly. So the ad hoc committee, we extended the pilot program with our 5 service providers for another 2 years. We are working on finalizing the providers. We'll be inviting each service provider to present at our committee so they can give us an understanding of what's working, what isn't, how we improve. Optimus will be the first one to present to the committee. Putting together a working document outlining the overarching district efforts to address homelessness across our campuses. And the goal is to get a handle on these efforts and figure out how we align. We're all rowing in the same. So with that, we're also working on collecting data that need.
Fantastic. And then just to reiterate, for staff, if we could please invite our student trustee by email. I know that we meet on Zoom for committees, so that you are welcome to tune in online. And normally the committees do have feedback from the stakeholders that attend. So, you know, whether it be our faculty or students, so it's an opportunity for you to weigh in as well. Yes, Trustee Bolan. Absolutely, yeah. We're done with the trustee committees. Yes, please.
Language also.
Oh, got it. Yes, I apologize. I was about to ask you.
Trustee Hernandez, when do you think we might be presented with a first project on student housing? Might be.
So I think that we haven't brought that up in the ad hoc yet, but I know that there is efforts underway, I believe, to get some movement on this. I'm looking at Dr. Smith right now, if he can help me out on this. Hopefully we're looking to get something, an RFI around a potential project by September. I'll give you more.
Okay, yes, let's follow up on that. Now, officially, Trustee Buelna, can you please give us a report on the ad hoc on in-language committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee President Vela, for not ignoring the.
No, very important.
I'm just joking. Vela. Let me just acknowledge Dr. Aldo Lopez and Maria Velos and Maribel Medina, who are doing an awesome job on in-language. And of course, Chancellor Rodriguez. We have AB 1096 that is now in the Education Senate Committee. And I know Dr. Lopez is working very closely with faculty as we're experiencing, I think, pretty significant challenges. And it is important for the board to understand that for students who don't speak English, I think it's pretty easy to say that they are having extreme difficulties. And Dr. Lopez has had to intervene in a significant amount of those. I think you have a lot of students and faculty that are reaching out. And we're gonna have to have a discussion about that probably in the next few months, that you do have a lot of institutional blockages occurring with regard to issues related to language. So as we're having issues related to DEI, language is a problem. You had Maria Velos, again, our superstar. We had a great presentation on Spectrum News that occurred, and a lot of us have seen it. Nichelle Henderson, Vice President, Trustee Henderson, and I are co-hosting a tacos and barbecue fundraiser to raise at least $30,000 to $50,000 for in language, since we're noticing that a lot of our students are missing computers and basic items. So that is occurring through the foundation. Thank you for Kelly King, who's making that happen. Let's see, that's July 13th. That is it. Anderson, would like that add anything to that?
I just want to thank you and again, Dr. Alpo Lopez and our general counsel for all of the work that's being done regarding in language. When we think about in language, it is not just Spanish speaking, it's every language that we're looking to support our students. So, you know, the more engaged we are, and as the leader of community colleges that we should be taking the greater stance and moving forward on issues and not waiting for others to do it and for us to follow. So thank you.
Okay, thank you to all the trustees for your committee reports, and thank you for all the hard work. Next up is item number 2, board travel ratification. You have a motion and a second on item G2. This is board travel ratification.
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Eno,
Second.
second by VP Henderson. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote? Yes. Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
All right, motion passes. Next up, we have 4 resolutions today. Let's start with item H1. We have a motion and a second on item H1, which is a classified school employee week.
So moved.
So moved by VP Eno,
Second.
second by VP Henderson. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote? Yes. Trustee Buelna?
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Item H2, in celebration of Juneteenth Emancipation Day. We have a motion and a second on item H2.
So moved.
Moved by VP Henderson, second by Trustee Buelna. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote? Definitely yes. Trustee Buelna?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
All right, motion passes. Item H3, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, or asexual Pride Month. May I have a motion and a second on item H3, moved by Buelna.
Second.
I'll second.
VP Henderson, Hoffman, second. Any discussion? You know, I didn't want to, you guys, because I know we have a tough agenda, but I woke up, as you all know, today to this horrible legislation that the county of, Orange County passed yesterday at their board meeting. And, it's tough to see those morning headlines that are going to prohibit basically every city in the county from flying really any flag other than the American flag, which, we got to understand, we come from we're local municipalities, we're state, we're county, some of us, I always get proud to see our veteran flag, so for just every flag, just because we want to kill the rainbow flag, it's a little ridiculous. So, I really, really want to say that, it's very disappointing. My community is consistently just every day being dehumanized. And I want to say that for all of you, just thank you to all of my colleagues, to every single person at this district who just treats us exactly like any other human. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for special rights. And so I want to dedicate today's resolution for us to continue to keep our resolve. And, I want to say that in every spectrum of your political way of thinking, it doesn't matter to me whether you're to the left or to the right, in the middle. We're all humans and we all cut deep, we all bleed, we all have the same type of love for our parents, love for our sisters and brothers. And I just want to say that, today I wanted to add that special component to it because of the legislation that's been coming up throughout the country and even next door. And, it's unfortunate because I like Orange County. I think it's a great place, but in their case, maybe they have it wrong. All right. Enough discussion from me.
President Vella, can
Sure.
I just interject? Even closer than Orange County, it's happening in our backyard in a sister district right there in Glendale with the Glendale Unified School District. So I just want to say we stand in solidarity with, our colleagues on that school board. And we hope that the violence will end and greater minds will prevail because they're going through a really rough time right now. Thanks.
I appreciate your comment. All right, discussion's over. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis? Absent. Not
All
present.
right, resolution passes. H4, free press. May I have a motion and a second on item H4?
I'll move to approve. This is trustee Hoffman.
Move to approve by Hoffman, seconded by VP Henderson. Any discussion?
Actually, President Vella, I'd like to make a statement on this, if you don't mind? Okay, great. So the Los Angeles Community College District has had a long and storied history of award-winning student journalism. Journalism students who have attended our colleges and worked on our student newspapers have gone on to achieve success in the news reporting and editing world for many decades. This success has been achieved because the district has maintained a commitment to provide the resources for robust instructional programs in journalism. Freedom of the press has been taught in our classrooms and woven into the fabric of our journalism programs. From time to time, it is appropriate to reinstate or to restate our commitment to a free press as enshrined in the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. This resolution does that. It makes it clear, once again, that the district is committed to press freedom and the rights of a free press for all of our students, be they purveyors of the news throughout journalism departments or recipients of the news as members of the college community. I hope I have all of your support with a yes vote for this resolution and the principles it puts forth. And I want to thank President Vella and Vice President Henderson for co-sponsoring this resolution with me. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Hoffman. Any more discussion? Trustee Buona.
You know, and of course I'm going to support this, resolution, great resolution. I think we also have to acknowledge if as a district, we make a mistake and if we did something wrong. Because, you can't have a resolution like this and then have anyone at the district try and censor any of our students. Whether it happen, not happen, I think, so, obviously this is extremely important. I just also don't see any self-reflection on, and maybe it shouldn't happen in public because you may have, potential litigation in the future. I acknowledge that, but I'm not seeing self-awareness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Any more discussion? All right, hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona? Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez? Not present. Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis? Not present.
Okay, resolution passes. All right, next up is our report from the Chancellor. We'll now turn to Chancellor Rodriguez for his report. Chancellor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President Vella, members of the board, colleagues, good afternoon. A few things to mention. This report will be in two parts. We'll give some updates on a couple of very important areas, and then we will have a special presentation to conclude the Chancellor's report. First thing I want to do is to bring to your attention the tremendous amount of work that's done in the Chancellor's Monthly. I know this is not intended to be printed necessarily, but I printed it out because I like to look at it. It is in a format that is distributed to all of our campus community and to many of our external constituents. And it is something that is put together by our college presidents, our college PIOs, through Ms. Hidalgo and her office and others. And I hope that commend this to your reading because it really does give a sense of the impact, the work, services, the efforts that are made on behalf of all 9 colleges and the district to serve this region. This beautiful, diverse, multilingual, multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-gendered region of about 900 square miles, over 5 million residents, and 36 cities and unincorporated areas. It is our effort to demonstrate on a monthly basis in a very open and transparent way how we're utilizing the public's money, the resources, their trust in the education of their children in this community. So it is posted on our laccd.edu website. So I would commend this to your reading. And it's just filled with not just real blurbs, but also photos and stories. And I think a real documentation of how we're investing in the reasons education. So again, I commend the reading to that. Wanted to also, as we get into, we'll talk about our annual commencement and cultural celebration, the 2 bachelor degrees that we've got approved recently, give a quick snapshot on summer enrollment, welcome 2 new colleagues to LACCD, and then conclude with the presentation with the expansion, proposed expansion of services into Pacoima. So let's go ahead and continue. Let's, as we look at these are from yesterday. And again, congratulations to the college presidents, to the trustees, and to the Chancellor's office representatives who were able to be at these celebrations. For those of us, frankly, who have the audacity, the privilege, and the honor to call ourselves educators, student success is our reward. This is what we actually look to provide us guidance, nourishment, to provide us indeed the motivation to continue the difficult work of being a public educator. So my congratulations to all who are involved with the education, the support, the training, and the guidance of all the tens of thousands of students who completed their degrees at LACCD. And again, I was privileged to be at LA Mission College yesterday morning. It was fabulous. I'm still thinking about the valedictorian's address and quoting Marcus Aurelius. It was just a fabulous quote. And Mr. Veras mentioning to the students that the only thing better than you is a better version of you. And a striking comment that was made and so appropriate. And then in the evening, I had a chance to visit with LA Trade Tech, where Trustee Hernandez gave just a rousing presentation, and where she said, we're here to honor your struggle and your struggle and your narrative and your journey. And it was just a real powerful way to, I think, demonstrate the good work that is going on all around. So again, congratulations, presidents. I was happy to be there. Look forward to tomorrow, President Aguilar, to hanging out with you for 75 years of Brahma Bulls, Brahma Toros, or what they call themselves. The Brahmas out there at Pierce College. So looking forward to that celebration with Mr. Vela. Moving on to the cultural celebrations. Again, this is another way that we demonstrate, in addition to, we celebrate our Lavender graduation community, and thank Dr. Deborah Harrington and Board President Vela for their leadership, and all those who participate from the colleges to make that just a wonderful celebration. The API and Desi American graduation celebration, the first one that took place at LA City College a few weeks back. And we thank Chair Mickey Hong and Trustee Vice President Eno for her leadership and support for that activity. It's a wonderful day to celebrate. The Black graduation celebration at First AME, it was just a wonderful celebration of resistance, resolve, and indeed student success. So we thank Dr. Nairi Berry and her team for the coordination of that, and Vice President Henderson for bringing down the house with her words, and really just a wonderful celebration there. And of course, the Mi Gente graduation celebration that took place at LA Trade Tech, another way to celebrate our students and to uplift their accomplishments, and thank our co-chairs for that event, Angelita Rovero and also Jocelyn Duarte, who were there. I also want to give a special shout out to our Chancellor's office staff who sometimes go unheralded in these work. People like Ben Gilman, Maria Veloz, Regina Smith, and Kelly King, all those, and Juliet Hidalgo, all those who are, help provide the support, and also Nicole Alba Lopez, who really provide the kind of support that helps our students succeed. So thank you very much for being, for all the work that you do to help our colleges succeed. So again, wonderful cultural celebrations. We will continue to do that, to add an accent, color, and flavor to the traditional annual commencement exercises. Let's move on to our next slide here. Bachelor degree programs. With this next round, there were 2 rounds. You recall there was an initial 15 several years ago that were approved. We were part of that pilot. LACCD has the most successful baccalaureate of science degree program in the state of California at West Los Angeles College through dental hygiene. The program is a model program and has now dual students that can receive a full Bachelor of Science degree for about $10,600. Think about that. And the employment rate of the students who leave is very, very high. And it's again, a model program. Well, from that initial 15 that are now granted permanent, There's been 2 rounds. Now the state of California offers 31 baccalaureate of science degrees in a variety of workforce areas. The latest round, round 2, as they call it, reviewed 14 applications. Of those 14 applications, 7 were approved. Of those 7 who were approved, we have 2 programs at LACCD that received formal approval from the CSU, formal approval from the Chancellor's office to move forward. And very, very pleased to recognize the avionics program at West Los Angeles. That's essentially aviation maintenance technology at West LA College, and respiratory therapy at LA Valley College. So we got 2 programs of the 7. They're moving forth. I would note for the record that we do have a 3rd program that received provisional approval, but is part of that second 7 that did not get approved yet for the California community colleges, and that is the biomanufacturing program at LA Mission College. We'll continue to engage with our CSU partners, with our state chancellor's office partners, with our industry partners to move that forward. Later this afternoon, the board will look, review, and hopefully approve the curriculum that our outstanding faculty at LA Mission College is already putting together for the baccalaureate degree program in biomanufacturing, biotechnology. And so we are indeed preparing. We're hiring faculty in these areas so that we can be well prepared. We're ensuring that the facilities are constructed in such a way that provides a high quality, low cost experience, a workforce degree for our students. So congratulations to Valley and to West that we're moving forward. We will be the district in the state of California that offers the most baccalaureate degrees in science for workforce in no time. So congratulations to our colleagues. That's a very good thing. I would clap for that, wouldn't you? All right. I see our student trustees getting excited. It's a great thing. Our students are place bound. A recent survey said that were it not for our local California community college baccalaureate degree programs, of which 80% or so are women and people of color, our students would not have received this baccalaureate degree. So it's something that we should be very, very proud of statewide. Let's move on to our enrollment. I'll just say this, green means good. Look at this chart. Green means good in terms of our, and I looked at the statistics this morning, we're actually a couple ticks higher with respect to enrollments. We're about 17% up in summer. Our head count's just a bit up as well. So this is all good. Our summer classes begin on Monday. And thank you all to the faculty who will be moving through that. So this slide, the next slide that follows, gives you a sense. Is it interesting to note that 2/3 of our classes are online this summer? So it's interesting to note that that is the types of classes that our students are enrolling in this summer. We'll have a better balance of classes in person, hybrid, and online beginning this fall. But everything is green. I think it's the first time we've seen all green in months. So it's very, very, very good. So congratulations again to the colleges, to their enrollment efforts, their teams that are going out there, and to really all the extraordinary efforts that are going on in the areas of dual enrollment, in particular with our local high schools, our CCAP agreements, and the faculty who are doing that. I will mention, it was mentioned earlier about the number. We have 222 faculty full-time tenure track that will be hired this fall. Think about that. That is amongst our largest class. Earlier today, we celebrated 79 who went through the 4-year process. 79. This, almost triples that number. So it gives you the sense. And I will say this, it's probably the last huge class of full-time faculty we're going to hire for a while. So we need to thank and recognize all those who are going to be on the search committees, all the faculty members who are going to be working throughout the summer so that we can get this processed and get these folks ready to go by late August when our fall semester begins, or at the latest, our second 9 weeks. Again, we're investing, we're front loading the talent, the creativity, the innovation of our faculty into our classrooms, into our counseling environments, and into our library. So very, very proud of that. So moving forward, I want to recognize Dr. Alfred McQuarters. His contract was approved last month with this board, and very appreciative of that. Dr. McQuarters comes to us from Mount Hood College up in Oregon. He was able to join us yesterday at the Trade Tech commencement ceremony. He begins formally on July 1st. He is absolutely ecstatic about joining our team here, and look forward for him being here at next month's board meeting. So welcome, Dr. McQuarters, to LACCD. I also want to welcome and The next slide here. Dr. Manuel Gabru. I asked the board to consider his appointment that will take place in this board meeting here as the next president at LA City College beginning August the 1st, 2023. Let me thank Dr. Gallagher for staying on board through July to help us do the heavy lift on faculty hiring to provide a continuity and stability at LACC until Dr. Gabru gets on board. Last week, we had a wonderful, glorious celebration, only Dr. Gallagher style, a celebration that featured Pink's hot dogs and Tommy's burgers. I mean, where else can you go? If you know Dr. Gallagher, that is like perfect for the course. But Mary, we will continue to celebrate you and to thank you for your 21 years of service to LACCD and your exemplary service as president of LA City College. Mary, please stand and let us give you a Oh, but Dr. Gallagher, you're not gone yet. We got work to do. We got work to do. So welcome. And as I move on to the last piece, board members, any questions on anything I've covered so far? I had the last piece is our presentation, but any questions on any of the items that I've covered? I'm gonna pause for a minute. Okay, all right, then let's go now. Let me ask Dr. Armida Ornelas to come up. And this is a presentation. This is not an action item. And as LA Mission College looks to expand its services throughout the last several months, there's been conversations on the college campus with internal and external constituents about the expansion of educational services at Pacoima. As you know, Pacoima is one of the significant service areas of LA Mission College. It is a significantly underserved community. It is a community that can benefit from higher education, training, and whatnot. So the vision here is to look to expand LAMC services, initially on the non-credit side, but ultimately credit. And so I've asked Dr. Nellis to walk us through what this vision looks like, this facility itself, what academic programs are proposed. Dr. Smith may weigh in on the condition of the facility itself and whatnot, and other matters that I think are important in the board's consideration. Again, this is an information item, and we're very pleased to be able to offer an opportunity for board members to give feedback on the proposed expansion of services in Pacoima on behalf of LA Mission College. So Dr. Nellis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chancellor. Well, before I begin, I do want to recognize my team who's joining me to help with any questions that may arise after the presentation. So I want to begin by introducing Laura Cantu, Vice President of Instruction, Tara Ward, Dean of Academic Affairs over dual enrollment, Sarah Masters, our Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, Vice President Bob Parker over Administrative Services, Vice President Larry Resendez over Student Services, Taylor Staines oversees Communication and Marketing, and Professor Par Mohammadian, who led our curriculum efforts that we are holding out at Pacoima at the proposed site. I also want to recognize Mr. Albert Carroll, Vice President of Economic Resources Corporation, who owns the building. So without further ado, let's move forward. I actually forgot the little bit about the summary of the project. We are interested in expanding our footprint into Pacoima because clearly Pacoima is in our service area. It's one of the densest communities that we serve. And the stars sort of aligned for us in that we're getting ready to phase out our current site in San Tahunga. And we were also able to benefit from two significant funding sources. One from the Department of Labor, totaling 1.6 million, and one from an earmark from our Congressman, Tony Cardenas. And the goal is to align with our growth strategies, including access to the community, providing short-term skill certificates, both in credit and non-credit, and building up our adult ed programs. And as you know, we're very intentional about serving our adult learners. When I'm going to share with you some demographics in a bit, but you know, over close to half the population in the community is over 35 years old. So very intentional about expanding our adult ed efforts in the community. Let's see. I want to tell you a little bit about Pacoima, sort of to give you some of the demographics here and why we chose to do this. So again, I mentioned between almost 50%, 48% are over 35 years old. The majority Latino population, 87%, 43% foreign born. Of that 43%, just over half are not US citizens. 43% have less than a high school graduate, or less than high school graduates. We've got 82% who speak another language other than English. And of that 82%, 93% speak Spanish. So this, for us, this is an area that we can take our services to, expand the footprint, have access, and really the mission of taking higher ed into the community. Also want to note that in terms of the poverty level, 15.4% of the population, right, below poverty level in the community. So the equity, when we talk about equity, bringing the college to the community for us meets all of our equity metrics and goals. In the next few slides, I want to tell you a little bit about the process we've taken in terms of bringing an informed recommendation to the board. You know, the ERC, the Economic Resources Corporation, and the college started communicating back in October. We've started diving deep into, again, the data, what we could possibly offer, looking at census, talking to stakeholders, talking to the campus community. We engaged in our due diligence, the expertise here of business services and procurement, our Office of General Counsel, our facilities division. Wanted to special shout out to Ms. Valencia Moffett, her expertise, her guidance throughout this entire process. We invited both the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Smith to view the property, assess the property, look over our instructional program. We carried the item through our several shared governance processes. We've more recently, last month, invited the IT district team to make an initial assessment of the property. And of course, today we're bringing this item to you to learn a little more. And next month, hope to have it on the agenda as an action item. So definitely been knee deep in a due diligence process. So I want to tell you a little bit about the building. So it's on Van Nuys Boulevard, and again, it's owned by the Economic Resources Corporation. It's a 501c3 dedicated to real estate investment and business incubation in low-income communities. What was really attractive about the building for us was that it's a three-story building. It's been completely refurbished. And it has a benefit of being a commercial property on the facade side, but the parallel streets right behind it are embedded in a residential community. So it's accessible, and at the same time, there's a lot of synergy in terms of the Van Nuys Boulevard. Major boulevard, as you all know. We've got the councilwoman or city hall a block down. We've got synergy with, or we can see some synergy along with Chrysalis, which, as you know, is a job placement agency. We've got probation, who we have a longstanding history with. That's also a block away. We've got the public library that's a block and a half away. We've got public housing that's a block and a half away going north. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of potential to expand in terms of what we currently are doing with what's going on in Pacoima. So in terms of the lease, we're proposing, or we'd like to propose a 3-year lease initially, because we'd like to see how this goes. We'd like to try this out. This also aligns with the special funding sources that we've received from the Department of Labor and from our earmark. We're starting off with $1.50 a square foot that over the course of the 3 years, each year it'll go up 3%. Over the course of 3 years, there's a total of 775 in terms of what we'd be paying for rent. And in terms of the comparables, if we look at the square foot annually, you see there that we've negotiated, or we're proposing to negotiate, and this still is being worked out, $18 a square foot annually, compared to the immediate, to 3 comparables where we're showing there, one being at $23.88, other one at $23.40, and then the other one ranging from $26.40 to $29.40. So, and in that $1.50 a square foot, ERC will be responsible for maintaining all repairs and landscaping, all waste and trash disposal, janitorial services, and covering all utilities. So, and I mentioned earlier that the property had been recently refurbished. So initially, we don't plan any significant tenant improvements. Again, the property is in really good shape. What we do anticipate are costs in terms of IT and Wi-Fi, any cabling that could be necessary. The building, it has some furniture already. It has several office furniture, has some classroom desks already there. And as we transition out of Sunland Tujunga, several of that furniture will go into this new site as well. So really our initial lift will be around IT and probably some signage. Later on, if as we scale up, we do have the potential of maybe dividing up some space, because the classrooms are almost 2,000 square feet each. So if it is successful, we can actually do some TI and divide up some of the classroom space that's there. So our instructional plan. Again, I want to thank Professor Mohammadian for her leadership, because she's really hit the ground running, and not only helping us inform the grants that we've received, but identifying relevant short-term career certificates that are aligned to labor market data. The programs that we'd like to offer are basically in 2 major buckets. The first is short-term allied health, again, credit and non-credit, and ESL and non-credit. I do want to point out that both the in-home health aid and the GED are in Spanish in those areas, and hope that we've had several conversations with our faculty about identifying additional programs that we can also offer in Spanish. You saw in our earlier slide that 83% of the households who speak another language, it is in Spanish. So we're looking to augment our curriculum to reflect that, the need there. Most of these programs can be completed in a year or less. And again, because part of this, or most of many of these instructional costs will be covered by the Department of Labor. Department of Labor is looking for short-term training programs that lead to jobs. And that's what we've identified here. And these are specifically the programs that were written into the grant as our deliverables. So there is a nice alignment there. And in terms of FTES, we did do some projections. Our Office of Institutional Effectiveness, the Vice President of Instruction, have been knee-deep in several projections at the classroom level, gradually introducing the several allied health programs you see there on your left, but definitely starting off with several ESL non-credit classes. And annually, we are projecting that, we to get just over, just under 70 sections through the year, and possibly generate up to 175 FTES. And as you know, for non-credit courses, those courses are fully funded by the state, per the student center funding formula. So that is a real advantage for us. Just a quick snapshot here. Again, when we factor in what it would cost to run an offsite for us, or in terms of scaling up with our instructional program, the lease, staff, some tenant improvement. We have identified a budget for each year, for each of the 3 years. And we have identified our funding sources between adult ed and our grants that can initially cover the expenditures at the Pacoima site. So finally, just want a quick note on staffing. We are going to leverage much of our existing staff in terms of rotating out there. We're committed to obviously having our on-site supervision, having a appropriate site supervision, and having our access to our student support services with counseling, and making sure the students have all of the core student support services and admissions, counseling, financial aid available. So I'm going to pause there. I know I went through that relatively quickly, but I hope I gave you a snapshot of our goals of expanding our footprint into Pacoima, and I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Thank you, President Ornelas. Any questions from our trustees? I will start on the right-hand side with our great new student trustee.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Trustee Buelna, any question? Okay, Vice President Anderson.
No, thank you for the presentation.
Okay, Trustee Hernandez.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but so does I know that in our discussions, you talked about perhaps the funding from Sunland Tahunga. Is it the existing Sunland Tahunga site? Is there what's the lease look like there? Is that lease about to expire?
Thank you for that question, Trustee Hernandez. Yes, so that lease is set to expire in March. And in terms of our transition there, the resources that we currently have allocated to Sunland Tahunga will transition over to the proposed new site.
I have a few more.
Okay, Trustee Bettis.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'll try to ask a few questions. And,
sure.
Don't take them as lead questions because I have some opinions in my mind. I think one of the helpful things about having this as a full presentation is from at least a policy perspective. This district's debated for a lot of years satellites. And I know you coming from East with your prior experience. I mean, there was a very big satellite that I think virtually all schools aspire to have a satellite that can eventually become a full-fledged, strong standing footprint. And we've had lots of conversations about places like Vandy Camp, others, and I think in previous bonds we've always sort of mentioned areas of interest. And outside of Vandy Camp, with City College and Southgate with East LA, lots of the satellite discussions have been challenging, maybe not quite as ideal in scenario. And so I think as we see this presentation, we're marking proposal from Mission College to substantively change a Sunland Tahunga conversation into a Pacoima conversation. And with my time in previous work in the North Valley and certainly in the San Fernando Pacoima area, the conversations about disadvantaged communities and all the things that we want to talk about with DEI and the need for service and all those kinds of things. That's the heart of the Mission College service area. But I also want to give the Sunland Tujunga a fair assessment. You know, we're moving forward with a lease that essentially, you know, or potentially moving forward with a lease conversation that essentially says that give us some assessment of the Sunland Tujunga conversation and why we think ultimately this may end up being more than sort of test. This may end up being, you know, a substantive change into a prioritization into probably, you know, one of the poorest communities in Los Angeles County and certainly in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, where, you know, the residents there depend on public transportation. They walk. You know, having services in person and adjacent, I think, are really valuable and important. And I think the long-term future is really interesting because that is Van Nuys Boulevard is also the future side of the light rail to run through the community that will connect Pacoima to other communities like Panorama City that are very dense, also with a ton of need that could potentially make getting there a really interesting scenario for LACCD service and LA Mission College service. But like I said, I didn't want to lead too much on that, but I wanted to really get an assessment of Sunland Tujunga and what's the learned experience and what you think the site in Pacoima would offer in exchange.
Yeah, well, let me respond to Sunland Tujunga. We've actually been looking at Sunland Tujunga since I've gotten there. We've tried different classes, we've tried different programs, we did a survey of the immediate community. We responded with a schedule that aligns to the survey. And, you know, just to give you an example, this academic year, we're projecting 15 FTES at that site total for the entire year, which is, you know, we don't even, we're not even breaking even, unfortunately. However, I will say that, you know, the class that we do see some interest in is ESL. And in conversations with Councilwoman Rodriguez, she recently opened up a new office in Sunland Tujunga that includes a classroom space. And we have asked, you know, if there's a demand or an interest, can we partner with you and continue to offer? And she was very supportive of that, the idea of offering an ESL class in her new space there. So that is the one class that there seems to be an interest. It's not busting at the seam by any means, but if we do move forward in this transition and there is a need, we would can follow up with the councilwoman. I will say that, well, I'll end there. So.
And I guess the other question I'll ask, and I partially answered it myself, was, you know, we're through each of the 9 campuses, we're still substantially remote with our presence. The choice to be in a satellite versus being on campus with the available space that you have. Can you walk us through the rationale for the decision to say, as opposed to like locating them here and trying other ways to connect with this community? What's the difference and what's the thought process?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, well, the way I'll respond to that question is that the majority of our growth as a campus has been in adult education. We're projected to grow about 85% from where we were last year. And the majority of that has been off-site, and it's been in taking courses to the community. And what our partners say to us is that our students want classes in their backyard. Our students, you know, we still have to deal with, our certain students don't feel like our campuses are their home, and that's a reality. So demystifying, you know, higher ed, particularly to adult learners, it continues to be our challenge. So we're saying, okay, let's flip the model. Let's take courses to the community. Transportation is an issue. You know, it's the site that we're proposing is 5 miles from Mission College, and it Silmar and, as you know, Pacoima are very different. And so students want, what we're seeing is that students want access in their community, and that's what we're proposing today.
What's up? Okay, trustee Bona?
That conversation was helpful. I think that the biggest challenge that I'm getting with this is, you know, I'm still brought up with the Belmont fiasco. I know this is not Belmont, right? And what do I mean by that? It means that as a public entity, how are we projecting sufficiently forward to understand and bringing this and making decisions that we have the resources to be thoughtful? Now, originally, this was just like 2 or 3 days ago, this item was on for an action for us to literally vote on this lease. You know, to me, the issue isn't need. I mean, I taught at CSUN for 23 years, went to CSUN. Mission College was always important. The community in San Fernando and those areas fought for Mission College. Do we need something in Pacoima? Maybe, likely, and I naturally am supportive of anything that supports those communities. Difficulty that I'm seeing is that literally the item was on for actual vote just a few days ago. It's on for a vote next month. And one thing that, again, the presentation was beautiful. I just wish we would have had it in facilities about 3 to 4 months ago. Or since the discussions were occurring in October, an early heads up. Hey, Sunman Tahunga is not working out. We've done a survey, and in Pacoima, we can do X amount, right? It's only as an information item. We will move it forward so we have an understanding. Part of that reason that I'm saying this is that we're elected by the public to ask questions, not simply to be a rubber stamp. You know, I mean, literally, I do have a few questions, and it's really about the building. I think Trustee Vettis asked about the, you know, in terms of a satellite site, have to address to a certain extent those questions. What does it mean to build a satellite when in one discussion, in one agenda item today, we're leasing out a facility, and in one agenda item, we're leasing a facility? We're, you know, so earlier you mentioned that I think this is a 3-year lease. My question for Ruben Smith, because I look at the 3 individuals, Dr. Litz, Ruben Smith, and Maribel Medina, and I'm going to ask them, hey, what are the IT costs here, you know, related to going into here? What are the challenges? And I asked Dr. Smith, you know, how is parking? Do we have all of the master leases ahead of schedule right now? And do you recommend that we move forward in this situation? I would ask General Counsel Medina, have you and your office reviewed the leases? And do we have any potential environmental issues? Are the TI issues sufficiently addressed within those contracts? I don't want to be here as much as I want Pacoima to have this. Let me just say for everyone watching and for the record, Pacoima should. Pacoima has been historically a community that's been invested in significantly less than a lot of communities in our area. The question is, with our resources, I think the stat is it takes 75 private sector dollars to make 1 public dollar. So with our public dollars, is the community in favor of this? What from the neighborhood councils? Do they have issues of parking? Are our public dollars, kind of like Trustee Vettis mentioned, we're moving online for 175 students, is that a good number? I don't know what that means. I mean, 175 students we do want. I believe your FTS is around 10,000. So some of these questions pop up where it's not that someone might say, hey, why are you not being supportive of innovation? It's that some of these early discussions need to occur with regard to where are we as an institution in Northeast LA? That conversation obviously occurred in October of 2022 per your presentation. So why not in January or February go to the chancellor, or maybe this occurred, or go to President Fempak and say, hey, we're going to have an information item. We need to have this discussion. Because as the board, this honestly was brought up, and President Vela, this is not an issue with you. It's when we're brought something at the last minute that is extremely substantive, and we're told, vote for it on that day, even though right now it got moved to next month, but originally, that to me is suspicious. Why? And why would our own staff not look at us and say, we as members, as the representatives of the public, have a duty, an obligation, and a right to significantly do our due diligence before going in there. So I'm not sure if any promises were made to the landlord. I really don't care that the landlord is here. The conversation is about us internally and how things come. Because if we in 4 months have a conversation about there's an environmental issue, there's whatever it could be, there was an oil rig there, now we have to move everywhere, and we're responsible for that. I'm making this up, by the way. So I know the owner's here. I'm not saying that there is, but I don't know any of those questions. So as much as this is an improved presentation, that because 3 days ago, there was literally nothing for the Board of Trustees, and now there is something, I'm not comfortable at all. Not because I want to be difficult or not support innovation, but because we have an obligation to the members of Pacoima, Sylmar, Arleta, and all those surrounding neighborhoods, that if we move into those neighborhoods, the investment is not going to be for naught. And that's my biggest concern here in how this presentation was literally brought to us. So I have some of those questions to you, because in there was some questions. Vice Chancellor Liz, Vice Chancellor Ruben Smith, and OGC, because we look to you guys to say, hey, does this pass your test? Because if it doesn't pass your test, I have to vote no. I'll leave it there.
Okay, so really quick on that, I know Trustee Eno has also been patiently waiting. Trustee Eno, can you go ahead and unmute yourself and then?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry if I repeat my question, if anyone else has asked. It's slightly hard to hear from the dais, but I think I got most of it. My question doesn't conflict. I did see in the presentation that if we do rent this entire building, that it would be janitorial staff would be provided, but I was just wondering from a labor perspective, we have our own SEIU 99, and I was hoping that they would be the ones that would be able to, we would use, our colleagues, our LACCD colleagues, to make sure that we use them for staff rather than outsourced.
So, Trustee, thank you for that question. We had the proposed lease has negotiated janitorial services into the $1.50 a square foot, primarily because at this point it's in its pilot phase, right? And most of the funding is outside funding. So we got to make sure that this works before we commit permanent staff. Did that answer your question, or did you have a follow-up to that?
No, but the pilot's 3 years?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, I would hope we would use, our LACCD staff on this project. But that's my only question.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you, trustee. No, trustee Hoffman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair Bella. I don't have too many questions at this time. Can I just ask a question about the Sunland Tahunga site? I was there for the opening and it was actually very exciting. And I know President Perez worked really hard at surveying the community and, went through the whole process, and we opened Sunland Tahunga. And again, I was there for the opening and we were very excited about what that site was promising to do. And again, that site was also going to serve primarily non-credit students. I think the focus was more business than allied health. But what happened to that site, and what's going to happen to any of the students that might be left at that site? And how are we making sure that we're also serving that community?
Right. Thank you for that question, Trustee Hoffman.
Yeah.
So again, I think I partially answered that earlier when I talked about how the one area that we continue to see interest in is probably ESL. And we have had some initial discussions with Councilwoman Rodriguez and having access to her classroom should the interest continue.
Okay. And then have we explored, and I agree that we really should be serving the community, and I agree with that. But I'm wondering, and maybe the ship has already sailed, if we thought of doing a pilot project to make sure that we would have enough enrollment of maybe renting buses and seeing if we could bring students to our campus. Sometimes they're afraid and intimidated to come onto a college campus. I've experienced that in dealing with students when I first started at Glendale College. And I'm just wondering, have we tried something like that in the past to see if we provided the transportation and sort of that, warm and fuzzy feeling, would we be able to bring them to our campus? Because our campuses are not full. We have lots of empty buildings. So just wondering if you explored any of those options as well, Dr. Ornelas.
The only what we've done is through the efforts of the district, we have distributed the Metro passes through our basic needs offices to the community, to our adult learners. We have distributed the Metro passes. But in terms of concerted, let's have buses accessible or vans accessible from Pacoima to Sylmar, we have not done that.
Okay.
Really quick, trustee Buena had a question about why didn't you bring it to us in October earlier? Can you answer that?
At about 10.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to speed it up.
Yeah. In all honesty, we followed the processes that were set before us in terms of, initially reaching out to procurement, to the business office, we had facilities division come out. So, if I missed a step in coming to FEMPOC, then I apologize for that, but that wasn't my understanding that was a necessary step in this process. I did want to mention, I know Trustee Buena did have some really good questions about, what if this is another Belmont? And I didn't mention that the actual intent of this building it was initially funded by the U.S. Department of Commerce, Economic Development, and it was for business incubation and job training. And it went through an entire due diligence process, and it was operated by the local Valley Economic Development Corporation. But it was completely funded by the feds, and it went through that process before even construction began. And that was a history I got from the Economic Resources Corporation. So no Belmont, as far as we know.
Well, see, here's the issue. So I'm gonna propose that this goes to FEMPOC, so that'll be my next step. And I think at FEMPOC, I need to know who's wiring it, where the TI, are we doing the TI? You know, I want to know your one-time 1.7 million, earmark. The feds don't want to do it next year. So where's that going to get replenished? Well, it's an earmark's not, it's a one-time. I mean, the Congress can just say no. So I have all of that, but this is not the place. This is why I'm a little upset. This is not the place. It needs to go to a committee. And, yes, people are waiting here. There's a bunch of stuff on the agenda. So that's the reason. But please, let's do, if you'd like some more questions answered, absolutely. Like, that's your right as a trustee. And then we're still going to go to Trustee Hernandez. We're still going to go to Trustee Vettis. And I'm probably going to give up my question because I feel like this needs to go to a committee. It's way too. Okay. Well, you go.
And I'll be brief. I just
No, but do you have any more questions?
No, I think that's the point, but it's not a step. This is a satellite. It's not a simple thing. It's a big thing for the organization. That's why it's just not, I'm glad it's going to go to FEMPOC. That's not. So if this is going to go to FEMPOC, great.
And I'm gonna look at Dr. Smith right now after that to see if we could even put it on the FinPAC agenda for June. But anyway, let's go back, and our chair. But let's go back over here.
Yeah, no, I
Trustee Nance.
just-
Thank you, Trustee
I
Williams.
just want to echo Trustee Buelna's comments because they're in line with, a lot of our thinking throughout this past week when it got brought up. But I also want to thank Dr. Arnalez for putting on this presentation because it is in response to a lot of the questions that we did have. And I think, something that Trustee Hoffman brought up, and I think is what is causing some anxiety, is that we do have these campuses that are, let's be honest, very empty. And we need, I think as trustees, an understanding of how this project adds value to the community and why it's necessarily the value proposition of this particular site, which I think you've done an excellent job of putting that information forward. And so I thank you for that. And a lot of the questions that I initially had and that we've been discussing, you've been able to put this together. And so I would say, and this is just to foreshadow some of the comments I'm going to have on some other items coming up, I would ask the district, specifically the chancellor, that to make sure that these types of projects and these types of items, when they are significant in terms of our costs or they're significant in terms of our programming, that we see it much sooner, because I think that the concept I am 100% in favor for. I think that Pacoima is a special community that has some special considerations, and in talking to you, I see the value of the programming. I think the initial sort of my frustration is that this wasn't laid out, and I don't think that it's necessarily an issue that you didn't go through everything you were supposed to go through. I think we need, as the district staff needs to recognize that this is something that they need to guide, our college presidents into making sure that we are aware of this, much farther in advance. Because we're looking at all of these college presidents and telling them, think innovatively, figure out how to raise your revenue, increase your FTS. And it's not fair to you for you to come do all this work and then for us to be like, well, we didn't hear about it until this week, but we didn't. So, central district, please let us know about this in advance, because we want to make sure that our colleges are succeeding in this project, and there is a way that they are going to. So I just wanted to say that, because that is really where I think a lot of my frustration was, but I want to really commend you and the work that you've done on this, and I'm excited about it, and I'm hoping that as we work through these questions, and it goes to committee, that we'll be able to pull it together, and this is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Vettis.
All right, since I'm hearing the desires to go to a committee,
Yeah.
it's not a requirement, but the desire, I think there's no better place to hear the voice of the board than at the full board, because everything we do at the committee is a recommendation or informational items. So I think certainly the desire of the board is to, and I'm hearing it from at least a couple of the committee members, to do that. So we'll work and try to figure out time. We may need more time than allocated. So committee members, if you can be prepared for either an additional meeting or a reservation of more time and space. But certainly hearing it from the full board is important, and it's immensely valuable. I did have a question about Field Act, but I'll save that for the committee. And in the interest of time, I would ask that if board members, since now they have a little snippet and taste of the item that's here, if they can direct questions to Dr. Smith and President Ornelas to prepare for a presentation. And again, for the two committee members, if you can make yourself available and flexible for potentially a meeting that's a little longer.
Thank you, and thank you for being accommodating. I don't know if you can still add it to your agenda, Jill. You can't, can you? There's still time, right? Okay.
Yes, but we also have agenda
A
items.
book, yeah, I'm sure.
Book, but we just need more time.
Okay, so President Ornelas, as you can tell, it really, thank you. I mean, you did a great job on the presentation. You know, we're interested. I do think that part of what as I'm governing as the board president, you know, I never realized that there was going to be like a trillion things directed at me at the same time, right? So what happens with the committees, I trust my colleagues when they chair them, and it's not necessary. You did not mess up. It wasn't necessary technically, but you can imagine what the board does to rely on these committees to vet, because we are that busy. You know, we're part-time. We have day jobs. We have, I'm not kidding, like an excess of like 200 agenda items every month. And so we rely on that, and we want you guys to come and kind of present these amazing ideas at committees. I would even encourage you to ask if, you know, any other of the other committees might be interested to hear a small presentation. You know, that's all it's about. So thank you again, and really appreciate it. Chris, what?
Very tiny.
Tiny.
So, and I'm glad the owner is here, right? Because the owner should know that we have zero obligation to commit to this. And their cooperation with you and our facilities will mean whether we actually get on this lease. But I'm also hearing are we on a, second tiny question. One, I want to make sure, have we signed anything at this point regarding this lease? And has there been a commitment, verbal or otherwise? One, and the second question is, do we need to move by July or August? This was put on our super fast track, and Trustee Vettis is talking about a second FEMPOC. That's his prerogative, and he does so. You know, we'll be there. That's his right. Do we need to do this in June or July, or are we on a timeline? So those two questions right there.
So, Trustee Bona, let me reassure you that we have not made any commitment. We're very well, my team and I, the owners are very well aware that the decision is this body. So there have not been any commitments made. It's all been qualified that it's subject to board approval. In terms of a timeline, what our eagerness, if you will, to get in is in fact to look at Wi-Fi, is in fact to begin marketing, is in fact to gear up for fall. Because as you all know, we're all the colleges, we're all eager to, you know, build our enrollments and reach out and start that outreach effort. That's really our eagerness.
Got it. And the owner could have a good faith effort, since he's sitting right there, to also give you additional access to that, and are negotiating with procurement to do that. So I just want to make sure that we have the obligation and duty, and you can, and our team here is super smart to do that. And if he wants a public lease with public money, maybe he should be a little more cooperative with you. I'll leave it there.
Okay.
All right. So, you know, just really quick before, I know I didn't have a chance to ask those questions. I'm going to actually give them over to our FinPAC chair and Dr. Ruben Smith as they mentioned. But just quickly for the district to understand, you know, sometimes there is miscommunication. The other issue for me, that this is not an issue about tenant improvement and none of that, is, you know, we're undergoing major realities of how we look at each other. So on one hand, I'm getting told tonight that 2/3 of the summer, you know, school program at one college is going to be online. And then I have a college that's coming to us saying, hey, we need to lease a space because we need physical space. And then we have a faculty that might be saying, hey, we love this flexibility of being able to teach online. And so it's getting a little, you know, I would suggest also in particular with this project that your faculty gets involved and is able to, give us an assessment to, so that we understand that. And again, nothing against faculty or anything like that, but just in case that, your faculty that's you mentioned, it was all going to be adjunct, that's going to be teaching there. So, are they really going to want to be physically there? Is a big thing for us because right now we're getting mixed messages about, because I want to say that at the cost of us passing this latest bond, we were met with opposition that, well, we don't need spaces, so no, we needed this money because our infrastructure is not great. We have old buildings. We have, to improve things to code, ADA. So the money is going to be spent, mainly on infrastructure improvements. So, there is that need, and especially for a college, my Mission College, and it's, by the way, beautiful building where we just are completing. The main building that it's beautiful, but it needs more infrastructure like that, to be able, and Mission College suffered a little bit of that because, it was a college that was built upon the community. It was, Steve might know more, but I know it was built upon, bungalows and stuff like that. So you have need, and I just want to make sure that this all gets kind of all in your presentation as well. So anyway, thank you, President Ornelas. I know it was a lot for you, and you did great. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
All right. Yes, round of applause for President Ornelas. All right. All right, so we're going to try to move this rather quickly. Good news is we have a combined consent calendar that's from K1 to W9 on the agenda item. So it's not too bad. So let's go ahead. If we can have, we're board members, we're now reviewing the combined consent calendar for items K1 through W9. These items include consent calendars for HR, Personnel Commission, Academic Affairs, Student Services, Budget and Finance, Business and Facilities. Please note that the student trustees vote. Anyway, may I have a motion and a second to adopt the combined consent calendars for item K1 through W9?
So moved,
Okay, and then I would appreciate if I could give the option to student trustee to second it. The agenda items.
Second the agenda items.
Perfect. Thank you. That's yay. Okay. All right. Any discussion on items K1 through W9? Okay. Ms. Henderson. Vice President Henderson.
I have a few questions, and I'm not sure if I can get those questions answered. If I can't get them answered, my vote is going to be not pleased. But anyway,
What is your item? So
my items are on. Well, that's the thing. My questions can be answered, but I'm not sure if it matters to the vote. So L1,
oh wow, okay.
M1 through 6, P2, and just in general Q.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Any other trustees have any questions on items K1 through W9? And again, these are questions or concerns. Okay, so hearing none, what we could do is you can go through each one and you have your, questions. However, this is, at this point, those would just be concerns and we can address them right then and there. The other option you have is to completely pull them for separate discussion. But which one would you like to do? More
We need to
questions?
pull them for
Okay.
separate discussion. I just have questions.
Questions, let's do it. Okay, L1.
Okay, L1, well, this is more of a concern and I guess a directive, but regarding temporary out of class, every month we have a meeting, we have people that are working out of class. Obviously, if they're working out of class, they are doing work that they shouldn't have been doing because it was work that they weren't hired to do. So it would be great if the board could have some reporting on vacancies, but the positions that are working out of class, the frequency and the reasons, because that is absolutely ridiculous.
Chancellor?
So would you like more details on this specific item or just the report for a future meeting?
And the report on future meeting,
Okay.
because this particular item just kind of triggered the question.
Okay, so noted. Thank you.
Okay. And then for item items M1 through M6, specifically M2, new credit courses, Bio 460 and Bio 470. These are capstone courses. How does a capstone class not have a prerequisite?
Anyone can answer that question?
Dr. Alba Lopez, can you help with that? These are courses, these are biotech courses, admission.
Good afternoon. So these particular courses are for our bachelor's degree program, and the faculty have the purview to present the curriculum, and in this particular instance, they have not required a prerequisite. I'm going to assume that as due to the fact that in the bachelor's degree program, they're cohorted, and they're not necessarily open entry, open exit like our other courses are.
Not an acceptable answer, but I'll go with it. Okay. For item M3, non-credit courses, there's a basic skills 26 CE. We have eliminated remedial courses to reduce the number of courses that students are taking to graduate. But we have a basic skills class on flashcards. How is that beneficial to students?
Let's explain that.
Please.
Hernandez, can you help with that?
You want to note that that's a non-credit course, right? So it's not going to be the students in the pipeline that we're focused on, getting through within 2 years that are going to be taking that course. It's going to be students who really the very introduction to instruction. This is the sort of thing that could be very helpful for them. I mean, and these are open entry sort of courses, so it's not like it's going to be something that's going to affect that pipeline.
So you're telling me that a student needs a full term, whatever length of time this class is, on learning how to use flashcards?
Many of our non-credit students, yes, we're talking about some basic skills. That's why it's a basic skills course.
Excuse me. Here's how I heard the question. Let me make sure. The flashcard is the tool, but this is GED preparation.
Yeah.
So it's not how to use flashcards, but it's content on the flashcards, correct? Is that how I hear it?
Point is, we have tutoring, we have all of these other options that flashcard usage can be included in. Why do students need a course? That's my question.
Yeah, well, it's a legitimate question that I guess we should all have about any of our courses, their effectiveness, and that's really, I think, how this should be assessed. And if it's the case that it was perceived to be a need, it's because maybe there were some areas to improve upon in the GD preparation. So I mean, I think that's the way to view this. And again, we're talking about GED preparation. I'm thinking back to when I was in junior high school and high school, and so for a lot of folks who are taking this up, they're starting at a grade level that might be elementary school grade level, but they're trying to get that GED because they want to move forward. And so
Well, they're
that's the
definitely
context here.
gonna take it if you tell them that they should, because they don't know. But I'm not gonna harp on it because that's still not acceptable. M4, the new education credit, there's an AS in physics for UC transfer, and this might be a silly question, but is there one for CSU transfer that's different? Does this cover both?
So we have our associate degrees in transfer, and then we also have our UC transfer degrees. They are slightly different. That is something that the state is looking towards trying to streamline. However, the UCs and the CSUs do not necessarily agree on what curriculum our students take in order to be transfer students to their institutions.
So a student transferring to a CSU would take a different course.
Correct.
Reasonable. Okay. And for item M5, the new educational non-credit courses, and referring to, I think it's 2 courses under Mission College. Are these courses being added to a certificate program, or are these standalone certs?
In item M3, we have the actual courses, and in M5, we have the certificates. So the courses appear to be a component of the certificates, and we're approving both at the same time.
So a student could sign up for a certificate for completion of electrocardiography and get a certificate in that, or that course can be included in some other certificate program.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, okay. And for item M6, uh, discontinuing educational ed programs, a photography class is being discontinued because there's no dark room. I mean, no, how does that impact a photography program? Is there a program at the college, or was this a random class?
So anytime we have a program discontinuance, the college goes through a local process to determine should the program be discontinued or not. So we in the EPI office take their recommendations and we put them forward. I believe City College does have folks here if you'd like. Yes.
You have questions about time?
Hmm?
Dark room?
The what?
About time that we discontinue dark rooms?
But I'm saying,
I hear you.
it's just, how does that, do you have something replacing it? I guess is the question.
Digital, yeah.
We do have
Computer.
digital
Okay.
photography. We have a full photography program. We still have a little bit of dark room, but we are eliminating the certificate because you only need exposure to dark room photography, not a full certificate.
Okay, that's reasonable. Okay, and then next up is item P2. I think it's a $30,000 charge for using the graduation of the campus facilities over 2 days for some graduations. Is that customary? Because that's a lot.
Well, one of the reasons for the cost is primarily safety. We have to have we've hired an EMT to be present, EMT services, sheriffs, also our custodial team. It's also set up rental, it's not just the facility, it's also a shared cost in terms of the chairs that are needed on the stadium. So it's all the preparation and setup with our custodial team. And we are not making any extra dollar on this. It's just a cost type of agreement.
Cost
Partnership.
incurred
It's
for
just the cost
holding the-
incurred.
okay.
Absolutely. They've done this for over 10 years with us.
So we're hosting the graduation.
Yes,
Okay, all right. Then perhaps that could be said,
you bet.
because it seemed as though we're charging them $30,000 for them to use the facility, and then they still have to come out of pocket for some of those other expenses.
It's an all-inclusive type
Okay.
of permit. Yes.
Okay, I can deal with that. And then for item Q, just the entirety of the item regarding license agreements. The board, regardless if it's a new license or if it's a continuation of a license, we never get reporting, and perhaps because we haven't asked, the effectiveness of that particular software, how it's being used. During COVID, when we were working remotely, we started using Cranium Cafe, and we had counselors that never signed in or didn't sign in regularly. It was a waste of money, and there was no benefits to our students. So perhaps if we can get sort of, if not an inventory on these, this software and these licensing agreements, that we can get some data, if there is some, as to usage and effectiveness, especially if different colleges are using different software. And that is the end of my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Henderson. Any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student Trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez? Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Next up is business items X1 through X19. May I have a motion and a second to adopt the business items X1 through X19?
What does that mean?
So right now we're basically just going to adopt this section of the agenda, which is the business items under X1 through X19. You can do as Nichelle did and you bring them up as questions, or you completely can pull one of the items for separate discussion and vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'd like to pull X9 and X.
Okay, X9, X1. It's gonna be separate for both. No. X1 and X9, right? Okay.
I'll move the other items.
Okay, you'll move the other items. Okay, hold on.
Can we,
Yeah.
are you gonna go down to ask if other people want to pull items?
Yeah, I was gonna do that right now. I'm just
Okay,
writing.
sorry. Okay.
Um, any more items that you want pulled or separate for discussion? Trustee Hoffman?
Can we pull X7 for more discussion, please?
Okay, X7.
Sorry, I said X1, I meant X17.
You mean X17?
Yeah, I don't want to pull X1.
Okay, all right, X17. All right. Okay. So far we've got X7, X9, and X17. Okay. So those will be discussed separately and voted on separately. Can I get a motion to adopt the rest of the items? Trustee Bettis did the motion.
Second.
Second by Eno. Okay, all right. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman, trustee Hoffman,
I'm sorry, yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's start with X7, authorized lease of district facilities at LA Mission College for a total of 16,730. Trustee Hoffman, do you want to lead the discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I listened to all of the public comment today about the North Valley Military Institute, and it was very compelling to listen to the students and their stories. And of course, we like to do everything we can to support students. But I would like to get a little more information, maybe from LACO, to find out if some of the issues have been resolved or, where they are in the process. I know there was a question posed to FICMAT to do an audit, and I have a lot of respect for FICMAT, by the way. And I know that there were other issues that LACO had with the charter school and that they needed some answers to. And I think I'm looking at a letter that was literally dated March of 2023. So I would like to pull this item and not vote on it today until we have more information. That's just where I'm coming from. I just don't feel like I have enough information to make an informed decision.
Okay, any more questions on item X7 from the trustees? Any questions? Trustee Bettis.
I think maybe more of a comment than a question. I think one of the challenges in front of us is we're not an entity that approves or revokes charters. It's just not what we do. So I think a lot of times, like the full-fledged assessment of and we have a number of partnerships with charters throughout the district. Frankly, I can't even remember off the top of my head. We have a very large lease coming up at Vandy Camps next year. They're probably the pronounced tenant base. But many of the questions and many of the comments and many of the sort of last minute emails and materials that have been sent over and even public comment speak to what I would assume would be issues that would be covered in a charter review or review process. I think there's also been we're not subject to Prop 39, at least in the way when it comes to co-locations. We're subject to Prop 39 in other areas, but not co-location. So I think there's one part of the sort of market value and the fair market value assessment that we've typically done with charter schools. We do this quite a bit. I think we're also even a tenant of a charter school in one of our facilities, which is always very interesting as well. So, I think my challenge here is we're presented this as a lease. We've been asked a number of questions by the public in the realm of an authorizing body, which we are not. And so I'm challenged with trying to sort of weigh the responsibility and the public trust on both sides of those questions. And so now I think, certainly what's presented to us here is legal and is official. Sometimes it's almost like looking at like entering into a lease and can the tenant fulfill the lease obligations is part of my, sort of due diligence here. But at the same time, obviously we've got a relationship. I attended Mission College yesterday, and the young man, I don't think he's in the audience, or maybe he's still in the audience, as a salutatorian was very impressive. And I think there's definitely a relationship where our faculty and staff are working very closely with this institute to the point where I think they're bused or vanned over to our facility on a regular basis. And this is not quite the sort of arrangement we have like at Harbor Teacher Prep, and we're they're on campus and we've expended, and the district, the LAUSD, has expended money. It's kind of a different scenario, maybe more similar to Bright Start and a few others that we've had at Southwest and some of our other campuses. So I think, Chancellor, I think to you and possibly to our general counsel, what is the best and most sound advice to assess your acknowledging and understanding that we're not an authorizing entity like LACO in this case. We're not subject to Prop 39. And I think, if you can give me an assessment there, because I think that's we're viewing it as a lease. And then, to President Ornelas, this is 16,000 a month. So we're talking 2 years worth of lease rates here. And then I'll ask this last question. And this is a takeoff of what we've just listened to with the Pacoima site. What happens when there's actual needs of the space? Right now, I think we've talked about some vacant space. I do understand that we have some concurrent enrollment or dual enrollment scenarios, which I think is valuable. But if there's, what is like sort of the term, right? Because moving a charter school is very disruptive to, parents, students, the community in itself. So even entering into those kinds of relationships, the fact that this entity is no longer being co-located at LA Unified has sort of created this problem, created this challenge that they're trying to find resolution. Because I think the existing relationship seems to be, very positive. And if that can continue, I think we'd all be for that, because I think we appreciate, sort of the connection and some of the very positive experience with having students come to our campus and work with us. But there are challenges in the way that Prop 39 is being processed that I don't know all about. I haven't had a chance to try to do quick internet searches. I get a lot of materials that are not based on fact, that sometimes have interests that come from all over the place. And before I sort of leave it to our administrative staff to respond, I also want to pay special note to the fact that I was really looking deeply for the comments from that Northeast San Fernando Valley and the territory that Mission College really serves. And that, I think the NBMI comes out of Sun Valley, if I got that right, as originally. See some nods in the audience, so good there. But typically comments are, and I've heard individuals and names, and I've seen letters that are typically from Northeast Los Angeles, not necessarily Northeast San Fernando Valley. And so I don't know if there's any more that the president can tell us about the local community. I appreciate the senator's representative joining us to, talk about it, because she actually has a military background herself and is a Valley College grad amongst, I think she attended a few schools with us, but yeah, I put it on the table because I'm looking for some feedback and guidance with all the materials that have been put on the table for us to consider.
Trustee Vettis, you are correct that the LACCD is not the authorizer. And so taking into consideration any of the issues that were raised by the individuals opposing approval of this lease would not be appropriate for this body. What is problematic as well is the authorizer, in this instance, the County Office of Education, has significant authority to audit and review the charter school's finances. So they do not require the entity that's leasing the property to do that. But one of the criteria for the charter school to continue to operate is to have a facility. So when there is a third party interference to allowing a charter school to obtain a facility, whether it's through the use of what's FIGMAT, which sounds like an independent entity, but a lot of times it's comprised primarily of retired CBOs from public schools, and we know that that is a debate. So it's not always necessarily a neutral or objective analysis. So the board's in your recommendation to stick to the lease, which is the item before you, that was brought to you consistent with the education code provision is the best approach. If the board wants to, it's up to the board, but legally remaining within the parameters of what's before this board, rather than trying to interfere with County Office of Education's jurisdiction to oversee the finances of the charter school would be a recommendation.
So you have.
Well, first of all, I'm back. I wanted to address one of the questions that Trustee Vettis had regarding the demographics and who we serve. And we actually ran the zip codes for the students enrolled, and we worked with the school to do that. And over 50% are from Pacoima. We've got another 20% from San Fernando, another 20% from Sun Valley. So the majority are coming from our service area. You heard from the young men, the majority are young men of at 60% male, which again, when we look at our equity metrics, right? I mean, trying to serve young men of color as well. So just wanted to address your question because we did go back to make sure that the students enrolled were in our service area.
Any more questions? Trustee Vettis, Trustee Hernandez?
I just want to echo what Trustee Veras was saying. I don't, we are not a charter authorizing body. And so I definitely understand that is not, some of the comments we've gotten from the public, it's hard to kind of square ourselves with what is the decision at play. I think, the comments from the students here today have been extremely compelling. When we talk about dual enrollment, when we talk about who we serve in the community colleges, they are a shining example. The young man who was a salutatorian, that's our mission, right? Is to provide that pathway to educational success. And thank you, General Counsel, for providing that guidance, because that was actually very helpful in just my thought process. I do think I would like some more information, perhaps from LACO, not because we are in the space of making charter authorization decision, but maybe more about the fiscal solvency and the ability for this potential tenant to make their rent. I don't, we've gotten some comments from the general public, but I would feel more comfortable just checking in with LACO in regards to what the status of the charter authorization is if there is an audit or what exactly that is, just so that we can evaluate the tenant from a tenant's perspective purely and just understand that a little bit more. I'd also just love some more information on just dual enrollment and the status of what is currently happening at the site, not necessarily for you to answer today, but perhaps if we could get some information about what does the relationship look like right now. It sounds like it's a pretty robust relationship with the school and what's going on at LAMC right now. And so we'd love to just have some more background on what that looks like and what that will look like in the future.
Yeah, and just brief summary, Trustee Hernandez, thank you for those questions. So, almost the entire program that we are partnership with NVMI is dual enrollment. There are some courses such as the ROTC, for instance, that we can't do. The Depending on the length the student will be with NVMI, students can graduate from high school with either their, minimum 15 college units or up to, 50 college units. Just, if they start at the ninth grade and remain with us, they can end with a very robust set of college units completed. And, so that's really exciting for us because it's as you indicate, that's what we're about, right? The access that our communities in, and bringing them onto campus will obviously get them going on a college going culture, exposing them to excellent faculty. And so, earlier, I don't remember who mentioned this, or Trustee Bella, you mentioned, well, do we have conflicting needs? And, the short answer to that is yes, because we have multiple missions, right? So when we serve our adult learners, we want to be there in the community, in their backyard. When we serve our dual enrollment students, we want them on campus. We want them exposed to what a college class, our college campus looks like. And, making sure that our students from a young age know they belong. So it is a little bit complicated. And we have multiple missions and we have different demographics, and we try to do a little bit of everything for our different
Thank you.
needs.
Thank you so much, President. We do have more questions from trustees. Trustee Buena, you had a question?
Questions and some comment there. One thing that I would suggest, and President Vela, this is not about you, but the staff who helped put some of these presentations together. And I would request, please bring agenda items that are ripe, for us to, and I'm saying that in the nicest possible way, for us to move forward here. And this one obviously is not ripe. And what it does is it puts the district and the board in a position where we understand the value of what's occurring. We do. But if it's not ripe, why are we having the discussion? And now, as much as I would have said, maybe throw it to FEMPOC, I'm sure Trustee Bettis is enjoying that. But I do think potentially we should go to the budget committee. And they should, give the budget committee some work here, because we're looking at this from a leaseor leasee perspective. As a leaseor, we're saying, can they make the rent? And forget FitMat. I don't know who they are. That doesn't really matter to me. But can they make? And also, are they a fit? Obviously, the president of the campus is in front of us, so she's saying it's a fit, right? But we do have an obligation to look, is the leasee a fit with the leaseor? So again, I would recommend it go to the budget committee, but that's just my recommendation. But the other thing, again, is I'm looking at this and I'm a little suspicious. Is there some deadline that needs to occur? Because again, you're seeing this was just a budget, an item on the agenda. The trustee pulled it out. We have probably not the same questions like the other facility, but this requires a full-out presentation. At least I believe, because everyone is asking some questions that are reasonable. No one is saying that they want to hurt anyone or do anything bad. However, we do have a basic fiduciary, like our name says, board of trustees, in order to look at this. So this is not just some checkoff thing. Literally, the public has an obligation. I've received phone calls on both sides, in terms of the advocacy. And I've said the key words: due diligence. We are fiduciaries. That is a serious thing. So the fact that this is coming to us not ripe at all. It just, I think, Chancellor, you would agree, right? That this is not a ripe issue. I'm just wondering why, what is the underlying rationale that we are here specifically today? Is there a deadline? Is there something that's going to happen wrong that this is coming today without a full out presentation?
So trustee Buena, in terms of process, in terms of engaging the expertise of the different personnel in this building at the college level, LACO, obviously the school, we have done our due diligence. And I see that there's a running theme where, as we heard earlier, should there have been different steps involved. But the college has done has done its homework, has done its research, has worked with the different stakeholders, and we have made an informed recommendation to the board. In terms of the ground lease itself, I mean, the square footage that we're bringing forward is fair. It's not only independent from the access issues that we're talking about. This is generating income for us, both on the lease and the dual enrollment for us. So it checks off the boxes, if you will.
Chancellor, as our representative, hearing some of the concerns of the board as our employee, is this right?
I think it is. And I wanted to harp back because the college has done its diligence with respect to the merits of partnership, the gains that could be made, what's been so far a successful partnership with the entity wherever it's been located. And I wanted to underscore the general counsel's, I think, very prudent advice. We have a very narrow component of this. We're not the authorization for the charter school. That is LACO's responsibility. They will go through their diligence. If whatever occurs there, we will be responding to that. So again, it's a lease. College has done exactly what we want all of our college students to do, to be thoughtful, innovative, strategic. It produces some revenue that will help offset other costs that the college has. It's not a new activity. We have a dual enrollment program. You've heard some of the evidence of that. So, but if the board is not ready to take a position on this, but it should be singularly and narrowly focused on whether this is a lease agreement. So and I count on our college students to do their homework before anything is being brought forth. There isn't a single item on our board agenda that we bring forth on a monthly basis that we can't support or would like the board to say yes to. And if it's not ready, if it's not right, to use your language, we don't put it on there. So, but ultimately, it's up to the discretion of the board.
So,
I'm sorry. The agenda item, just to go back to Trustee Buena's question, the agenda item requests the lease from July 1st, 2023. And so I'll just ask Dr. Ornella, so maybe somebody from the charter school can respond. If the existing lease expires June 30th, then does it expire June 30th?
We don't have an existing lease with the entity.
Okay.
That's correct. This is a new lease. That's the ask for today.
But there is no imminent danger of anything right now. They just want to move forward.
Yes, correct. And as part of their application, I suspect the LACO.
okay, so has this okay, sorry, any more questions, anyone? I just had a quick one. So I'm a little bit confused. So the school isn't in our campus yet? They haven't been operating there?
They come to us and take classes with us. We do not have a lease agreement. We've had an MOU with the school, but they are housed with LA Unified. They are not housed with us. Now,
Where's their physical space?
Voces, Sun Valley.
Okay, so this is a new agreement.
That this is the
of use of
ground
our
lease.
space.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right,
This
so
is a
that
new
wasn't clear
agreement.
to me, and thank you for that. So yeah, so look, just kind of going back, I think that there's a recurring theme here. There's, I'm hearing that there are questions. So to me, the issue with general counsel about, where we have a leg to stand on in regards to, the lease agreement itself, really we're not an approval agency. There are questions to Trustee Aranda's point about whether or not any issues when we enter, with the new tenant, we want to make sure that they're going to be good, correct? Like at least for, the term of the lease agreement, that they would be able to, pay our lease agreement, because we never want to get into a position where, they're there in our campus, the students are having fun, they're learning, and then LACO pulls their issue, their certification, their authorization, and by the way, I worked for the county for 10 years. I've seen them do that. That's how they can be from night and day. So that is an issue, right? Because we need to know that this tenant is going to be good with the agency that funds them. So there's nothing wrong about us learning about LACO's concerns. What I would have appreciated is more background information on the actual finance issues that were being told to the trustees by the way, not the charter school. They were not brought up by the charter school to us. We heard from all the charter school, not one person mentioned, hey, there are accusations of us and missed expenditures, but this is our corrective action plan. They're not true. We are good. LACO's good. We have not heard from LACO or you either on this issue. So that in itself is something that would have helped kind of guide today's decision. So in hindsight, right? Okay. No, not at this time. I'm still speaking. Yeah. So at the core of this issue is that we are now being, kind of given this information, like, the fact that, from people who wrote in, there were a couple people who called in talking about these issues that were really uncomfortable, to be quite honest with you. So that's the issue here, is that we wish we would have had some heads up, because it puts the trustees in a position where we are being cornered into making a decision yet again without really having all the information, right? So this is where we're at. So, we have a couple of trustees that want more questions asked. So that means that we can postpone it for another meeting, bring it back. We can also take it on today, do a hard vote, and we can see where that falls. I will allow the chancellor to have his, kind of take on it and take on it. I just want to make sure that we understand that, yes, absolutely, any issues we don't want to, be completely privy to, but I also have to say, when we do articulation, when we share students, FICMAT is a very important component, and trustee, I knew that because I was a Montebello school board member, and FICMAT would come into troubled schools and try to help them, quote unquote, get fiscally better. It's not really what they're for. They're for to get schools that are failing in districts, to get them to get better. That's a fact. By the way, Montebello Unified almost went down that route. It was embarrassing. So at the end of the day, these things do matter. But this is, something that I really want to leave up to my colleagues if they would like to do the vote today, or they want more questions asked. That is really the question today, because there's fine young gentlemen here that really, at the end of the day, they just want to do the program, and have a place. And it's such a amazing thing to hear of all of these students and what they came to do. And so I agree with General Counsel that this has solely us to do with the agreement issue, versus anything else. So with the actual lease. So Chancellor, take it away. And then we're going to do a vote, or we're going to okay?
And what you read my mind, I was going to ask whether you were
Okay.
prepared to do a vote or to receive additional information. I would highlight that the principal of the school is here if the board is interested in hearing the school's perspective, but otherwise, you could take up the matter to vote, or we can bring it back next month.
Okay, so trustees, that is the question. We do have the principal here with us that could address any other questions, but do you guys want to go back and ask some of these other questions in private, or do we want to ask them now with our principal here?
Sorry, President Bella, I had a last minute question regarding the conversation that we're having. If we do go back for more information, but I'm also happy to vote on this now. But if we do, kind of similar to the Pacoima situation, if there were to be a contract and there were like classified duties or other duties that our staff or even faculty would be doing, are we going to make sure that they have those jobs, or would we be outsourcing to what this charter school has for staff?
Trustee, since they're on campus, yes, that's almost all of the courses are taught by our faculty. Again, there's some such as ROTC that we don't teach. And they're on our facilities, so all the maintenance, all the upkeep, that's all Mission College.
How about the clerical staff, like administrative assistants and things like that?
So the part of the lease is office space that includes their administration. So they're obviously not our employees. Our classified staff will not be providing support staff to their administration.
Okay, so hearing all of this, we have Trustee Hoffman who would like to, she has more questions pertaining to the fiscal future of the school. Principal, would you like to address some of those issues I mentioned in regards to your fiscal? And only because you are going to be a potential tenant of ours, and you're the one that's going to write that big $17,000 check, right? So,
Sure.
And if you could address a little bit of what was mentioned, thank you.
Sure. So first and foremost, if this board approves this, my board has already given its permission, its approval to the notion of us writing you a check every month for $16,730. So my board would not have taken that action if they did not know that that we as a school can fulfill the financial obligations that we have to the district. Clearly, though no one would want this to happen, if it ever got to a point where the school didn't pay, clearly the lease would say, well, you got to get out because you're not paying your bills. But we have not had a history of not paying bills. We have paid our lease costs to Los Angeles Unified, which amount to about $750,000 a year. We have done that every year for the last 8 years in a timely manner. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but I will tell you that the major reason we are struggling financially right now is that we are operating our operations on 3 different campuses. So we are leasing 2 campuses from LA Unified, and we have more than 100 students taking classes every single day at Mission College. What is currently happening is we are busing the majority of our students to the Sun Valley campus, and then every morning we have 3 different sets of buses, some of which are coming directly to Sun Valley, others of which go from Sun Valley to Mount Gleason, which is an LA Unified campus where our 6th and 7th graders are. And then all of our early college students are being bused to Mission College. We are also then paying for substantial, not only those additional costs, including the additional costs of renting Mount Gleason, but we're paying for all the bus transportation, additional personnel at all of the sites. And so what my board voted to do was to close down the middle school reluctantly, but because we can't continue to afford operating 3 sites, the decision was made that we would attempt to request from this board the lease for the facilities at Mission College. If this board approves that, then our high school only will continue to operate, but would operate out of this office and classroom space at Mission College. We would no longer have all of the expenses for LA Unified, for the bus transportation, for all these additional personnel. In addition, we would, because the number of students that we would be busing to Mission College would be done through the LA Metro Pass program. And we've already worked with Metro to make sure that students are able to come from all of the bus routes that we currently offer that go to the Sun Valley site, which is not Metro friendly, whereas Mission College is Metro friendly. So I'm telling you on behalf of
No,
the school,
it's
we will
yeah.
pay the
No, that's
$60,000.
yeah. No, I really appreciate it. So General Counsel, is there a way for us to perhaps, you know, be able to have the chancellor and yourself work more with the charter school in regards to kind of the lease agreement, perhaps have a more vetted situation in regards, and then can we bring it back in July, but still allow for the school to be able to work with the district to prepare? Because I'm seeing here it's July 1st. Does that mean you were going to move in 15 days or?
That was
Really?
the
Okay,
intention.
that's quick.
Yes.
Wow.
Because our existing
Okay.
Prop 39 agreement ends
Okay.
June 30.
So how would that work? Would it impact them if we bring it back in July for approval?
We would be happy, I would be happy to personally work with Dr. Ornelas and the Chancellor to sit down and negotiate the terms and make sure that the item comes back to the board in July.
With
that it is
Dr.
fully,
Smith?
And Dr. Smith,
Okay.
of course,
Yeah.
given, that the item comes back and is fully vetted for the board's consideration. If the Chancellor, Dr. Smith, Dr. Ornelas, and I think that it is something that we can have the least prepare.
Because what I would like to see is for the questions that we have from Trustee Hernandez and Hoffman to be included in your all discussion with the principal versus us doing a hard vote today. And then, we don't know where we're at. So that's my concern, is that these questions that the two trustees have should be addressed outside of this meeting, because it's a little bit more private, I believe. It has a lot more to do with like your potential as a tenant versus us having an open discussion on that. I just feel a little more comfortable.
President Bolna, sorry, President Vela.
Yeah,
I also share those concerns as well, just so you know.
yeah. And I just want to make sure, because my inclination is that, we want to make sure you get a fair shot at leasing with us. And I think as long as you address those issues, the questions, sorry, that two trustees have, that would be a better scenario than right now. Because right now, it seems to me that there's still questions from the trustees. It's not so much that we want to de-incentivize it. It's more that we genuinely have a couple of questions. That's it.
I don't know if is it permissible for me to make a
Sure.
comment. So the time sensitivity that we are dealing with is that our lease ends June 30th. And so by law, we have to have a location to operate the school. And so it was our intention, if this was approved by this board today, that tomorrow I would submit a material revision to LACO that outlined all of this programmatic shift, because LACO then has 90 days, according to statute, to respond to the material revision, and then has to, whether they act affirmatively or negatively. If they acted negatively, if they said, for instance, we don't believe the school is fiscally solvent and we're not going to approve the material revision, then that decision, which is completely separate from this board's decision, would result in the school having to go through a closure procedure. The challenge that we're facing right now is that if this board does not take this affirmatively today or negatively today, whatever the board decides, my board then cannot submit a material revision to LACO because we don't know whether or not we in fact have a home.
Yeah.
And if it has 90 days, if the LACO has 90 days to act, and we don't submit something till, let's say, the 10th or so of July, then it would be October before LACO's board statutorily had to respond. And so I am sorry that this is seeming very last minute. We have been
There it
discussing.
is, and we're so sorry because, um, good principal, why didn't you come to us in May with this agreement? Was there a reason? I mean,
Well, and again, we have been working with staff
Okay.
and doing what we thought was the correct process. So
Okay.
I'm not
Fair
familiar with all the LACCD policies.
Right.
I believed we were doing the right thing.
okay, yeah, and I really appreciate that, by the way. Thank you so much, and, I understand. Are there any more questions from the board? Okay, so I think, we understand now that the vote has to be taken today, because of the fact that otherwise there really isn't an, ability for them to be able to operate anymore, correct? Is that what I'm hearing from the principal? Okay.
I just have a comment. I mean, the fact that this is the position we're being put in, and I feel like there are these patterns emerging where whether it's a college president or an outside entity that is engaging with the district months in advance, yet we don't know about it until this week. Like, I mean, it's so unfair. It's so unfair to the people that are doing the work for their school or, their extension to be jeopardized because we don't know about this until this. I mean, we are a district of, I just read our like $10 billion budget this year, like a lot more than most small states, at least 2 or 3 small states when I looked up this week. Yet we don't have this information and we're being put in this position. This is simply just like not acceptable.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, it's not,
I appreciate
I'm
that. Yeah.
very angry about the fact
No,
that
I
we're in this.
appreciate that. And I think, to staff and the chancellor, please take note of this because, this is something that is, I don't think this board is gonna pretty much not want more information. And I have to tell you, also there are, again, policies and procedures, and we understand that, and we don't want to um, hurt people. This is not what this is about. This is just about these big decisions that are being made with holes in them. So anyway, I don't know if you want to respond to it. Otherwise, I think I have to go for a vote. So
Well, I was going to simply mention the board has 3 options. One is to take the vote today, whether you're prepared to do that. Secondly, the board is reconvening on June the 21st. Could be a special meeting with a single item on this. We could engage in the next couple of weeks, the direction of the board in our due diligence and provide a recommendation. So we can certainly do that in 2 weeks. And then the last option, if the vote is not taken today and not taken on the 21st, we simply bring it back on July 7th, notwithstanding the operational issues that it will impact the NVMI. So those are the 3 options that you have.
okay, I'm I'm fine if we do it June 21st special board meeting. I mean, yeah, there's a yes over here. Buena.
I would agree too. And just to reiterate, we can't be put in a situation, the gun to our head. That's
No
just
pun
not-
intended to our military folks.
No, it's just, that's just, anyone listening to this is like, we just found, I asked the question, was it right? Right? Obviously, it was actually more than right, too late. And then we're coming and it's make the decision or everything falls apart. That's unprofessional. It's disrespectful to the entire body, and again, the principal isn't doing that. It's the position that we're put in if we knew before. So to say that, literally, Sophie's choice here, it's wrong. And staff should be admonished for putting us in that position. It is horrible, for us to be put in this position. And to put the charter school in that position, to put Mission College in that position, to put our staff in this position on what occurred. Whoever managed this process failed this board in representing.
Thank you, Trustee Buena. General Counsel, I would like to. Oh, student trustee, absolutely.
This is like less of a question, more of a statement. It's just very heart aching because the management, like as you said, of the process wasn't handled properly. And so now I think the board wants to just make a really smart decision on how to move forward. And instead of voting no today because it wasn't properly presented, I think, as you said, just to put it off into the 21st, just so that you can rethink about it. Because a lot of people, are going to be, are going to have to deal with this, or like going to be affected by these decisions, whether we make it yes or no. So I think it should just be presented in a better manage.
Thank you, Trustee Cordova. I agree with you. I think you make a very rational comment. So General Counsel, I think we want to, do we have to do a vote to table it to the 21st, or how do we do it?
You can continue this matter to the 21st, and we will work with Lupe and Crystal to agendize a special board meeting with the chancellor.
Do I need to do a roll call vote to continue it?
You can either do a roll call vote, or you can just I think you can ask for a consensus if you'd like to do that. The item was pulled,
Okay.
so you can either continue it by a consensus.
Can I amend it and say, I want to bring it back on the 21st?
Well, the easiest, cleanest way to do it would be to continue this particular item.
Okay.
And if you'd like to take a motion, take a second and roll call so
Yeah,
that it
I'd
can be
rather do
done.
that to be safe. Okay. So, okay, X7, can
So
I have,
I'll move. So I pulled it. So I will move to continue this until the 21st.
okay, perfect. So let's continue until first we have a motion, a second.
Second.
Second by VP Henderson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Veras.
Okay, motion passes. I want to let everyone know from the academy, thank you for coming, and we are going to continue this item. But thank you again, and we appreciate you being here in person. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Ornelas. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, let's move forward. Another item that was pulled is, and this is, I think, by Trustee Hernandez, right? It would be X9. So let's go ahead, and this is authorizing an amendment number 1 to professional services agreement at LA Southwest College for a total cost of $550,000. So Dr. Culpepper, I think you might need to come to the front. There's some questions from Trustee Hernandez first.
Before I have some questions, and this is not directed towards you, Dr. Culpepper, but I know that this just kind of goes on the same theme of this meeting, I guess. As the district staff knows, I asked for a report back on a number of items on the agenda. And I just want to put on, I think I've already put on the record my frustrations, but we're part-time board members. We all have, as President Vela mentioned, we all have full-time jobs. For many of us, quite demanding careers, and we have 0 staff as a board member. Yet we have this fiduciary responsibility to a district that has a larger budget than some small states. And so when we have, these large items, not necessarily, this is $550K, I think, but we have items on this agenda right now that are over $1 million that we haven't seen before. There's barely a paragraph of information. It's not sufficient. It's not how good government operates, and the taxpayers deserve better. And I cannot look a college president in the eye like Dr. Ornelas and tell her she needs to come back after she's done all this work because we don't have enough information. Yet we then have all of these other items, perhaps not necessarily this, or look Dr. Culpepper in the eye, and we have all these items that are coming up that are multi-million-dollar items that we know nothing about. A simple board report would be super helpful because at this point, I feel like I need to start voting no on items that just don't have enough information. So that I just want to pose that. I did get I appreciate the board report that I got last night as I was on my way to a graduation, but that is not a sustainable way for me to operate as a board member. And so, going forward, I would like to request that if it is a large item, that we get a board report that has all of the questions that I listed out in my email so that I can do my due diligence as a board member and make sure that I know what I'm voting for, because I cannot in good conscience continue to vote for these items where we have little to no information. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's my soapbox. For this particular item, I actually just want some more information about this, Dr. Culpepper. it's interesting to me. Thank you. I got the information that you posed. I assume that you provided yesterday. But one of my questions to that, and thank you for that information, because that was actually very clarifying, was when does the 3-year cycle to the state grant, when does that end?
This grant actually ends next year, I believe. We're in the fourth. This is the fourth cycle, if you will. It started in 2020.
Okay. So, and this is a state grant that was by the state chancellor's office that it's for so this is the last year of that 3-year grant?
That is my understanding. And so the MOU that is being put forward is actually the only changes that are being made is to make sure it's extended until the grant is actually over. And the change in the president, that's the president's name. That's the only thing that's changed.
So
with
the
MOU.
550,000, that's just like the annual disbursement essentially.
That's
from the
correct.
state chancellor's
That's
office.
actually the expenditure that Hovhaness is charging us for doing the work. The actual expenditure amount is $700,000 to the college as being one of the 14 grants that were awarded.
Okay, that's super helpful, and I did really appreciate the information. But the only request I would have is that perhaps we can get, whether probably from Hovhaness Inc., but have them come to our ad hoc. As I mentioned, we are trying to compile information just around our larger efforts around homelessness, and to have them maybe perhaps detail this work. It's exciting. It's good to see that it's happening.
Sure.
And just have them come to the ad hoc.
Absolutely.
I second that. No, that's great. Thank you. And yeah, if you could do that. Yeah, Trustee Bona.
Yeah, I'm gonna second and third what Trustee Hernandez said right now. And I'm gonna go back to this theme, and I'm gonna make this request to you because I think we've seen a disconnect today between what staff feels an agenda item is ready and what there's 8 audiences members up here, and the 8 of us are saying that the standard for what is being presented to us is, and not all of it, most of these items are fine, is not acceptable. And what I've heard from 2 of our staff was, you don't really matter. In terms of the board, right? In terms of what we're receiving. And that's a disconnect that really, I'm not sure. We have to have a discussion about that, because it's again, stuff is coming to us and we're being told you have to do this. And the people that we hire to represent us are telling us go pound sand, do it. That's a problem. And I'm being this literal because I'm seeing it across the board. And Dr. Culpepper, you're like, why me, right? It's just, it's disconcerting, right? Because now, like Trustee Hernandez, I may vote no. And let me just say, I've known Hovhaness Inc. since I was 13 years old. I like them. Father Estrada was on my boards. My aunt, who just passed away, was on their board. But if this doesn't send a message to the board, to staff, stop. Stop what you're doing. Pay attention that we are your audience. And you're hearing a majority, and Dr. Culpepper, again, don't take it personally, that this is not going to be acceptable.
Thank you so much. Trustee Eno or Hoffman, do you have any questions on this item? It is a separate item for a vote. Okay, I'm hearing none. Okay, let's go ahead and have a motion to authorize agreement X9. I have a motion.
I move.
Okay, moved by Hernandez, seconded.
Second.
Okay, VP Henderson did beat you. Oh, Eno, she wants to give it to you. Okay, VP Eno second. All right, any more discussion on this item? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student Trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Only saying yes because of Father Estrada.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vela?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Trustee Veras?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passed. All right. Next, or final one out of the pulled items in X series is X17, authorized license agreement at the educational services. So right here. All right. We have Vice Chancellor Litz. All right. Trustee Hernandez.
Thank you for the information that you provided from last night.
Of course.
So I took some time today to go through this information and a few questions. So I'm looking here and it says that the year-to-date annual review total for the software maintenance for licensing was about 8 million, 2017. And this RFP won by our Oracle in 2012. So did we not have any maintenance costs in 2012 and 2000?
We did. So between 2012 and 2016, the solution was implemented. So there was no per se maintenance of the software. The software was being set up for us during that period of time. There was, however, implementation costs associated with that work through the integrators that the district has hired to do that work.
Okay.
The maintenance, the software license and maintenance and support began when we started using the software, which was in 2017.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then did we anticipate, so we have this support licensing and software maintenance. Did we anticipate these costs?
Yes.
The original bid. So we anticipated an additional 8 million.
No, it's not an additional 8 million. It's an additional yearly cost of 1.5, 1 point whatever per year. 1.6 this 1.613, 814 this year. The annual license cost and support has increased marginally over the years, 3% or whatever the annual increased cost has increased. But the anticipated cost is that every year we are going to require to pay Oracle for the use of their software licenses so we can continue to use the product, as well as for maintenance and support. The maintenance and support covers the patches that we have, new releases, the database support, any additional premium services that we need from them. All of that is incorporated in that maintenance and support package.
Okay. And so you have here that the life of this software is till 2033.
Currently on their roadmap, they have full support on their roadmap through 2023. That could change. Vendors update their
2033,
roadmap.
you mean? 2033?
They could
Yeah.
go beyond 2033. That is their current roadmap in terms of what their plans are. Obviously, all of the vendors currently are looking to introduce potentially cloud-based solutions. We are watching very closely the trends in the industry. Currently, the cloud solutions for student information systems are not significantly mature. So I think based on our subject matter expertise, that sticking with our PeopleSoft solution for time being and watching the market and seeing how other institutions are progressing, it's probably the best bet.
I know that, and I don't know the status on this, but I know that there's anticipated or there is an RFP for the personnel, the HR side of our system.
Yes.
And I just would like an overview, because I know that many of these people, Oracle and all these other vendors, kind of swim in the same pond with all of these different types of software. I'd like to just to have a better sense of an overall review of SIS with the anticipation that at some point or other, we're going to go back out to RFP. Like, is this working? What's not working? What can be improved? Obviously, cloud is a whole nother thing, but it would be good to get that sense. I think there's this anticipation that because we have this RFP on the PR or on the HR side, that's coming down the pipeline.
So the enterprise resource planning side of the house, which includes finance, HR, benefits, payroll, procurement services. So more or less our administrative side of the house currently utilizes SAP as our product. The solution that we have for SAP is aged, and that side of the house we hear constantly from our business owners, both of the campuses as well as in the district office, that the functionality is lacking, the reporting is lacking, the integration is lacking. So that's why we are focusing on that side of the house currently. On the student side, we are not hearing those complaints. The solution has been stable, has provided the functionality that we required for student services. The second component, yes, there are some improvements that we do every year, and that's why I mentioned the 4 releases every year. We have enhancements requests from our end users, and we work through prioritizing those and improving the system constantly, rather than just the original implementation that was done. So there is work constantly being done through our internal with support from the vendor for the student system side. Ideally, at some point in the future, and we have discussed this, frankly, since I've been interviewed for this job, of the possibility of one single system that could satisfy both administrative side and student side. But until a system is mature enough to provide quality functionality in both of those areas, I can't in good conscience make that recommendation.
Yeah, I guess that was kind of where this line of questioning came from, is if we anticipate at one day a larger system that encompasses both, these continuous patches. I want to keep that in mind.
Absolutely. And we will continue to monitor the industry and follow up with the existing vendors in the space that provide this functionality.
But it sounds like you're saying that regardless, that we're going to require, we're going to need to pay out 1.6 million each year for these patches, as long as we're using Oracle.
It's not just for the patches. So the $1.6 million is for the software licenses. So in order for us to be licensed to use the product, we have to pay. In addition to that, the software patches and the support is included as part of the support package. But the main thing we are paying for is the license to use the product.
Yeah. I wasn't around in 2012, but I'm assuming we anticipated that. Thank you.
Of course.
Any more questions on X17? Sure.
When the unification was done, what was that, 2019, 2020 for IT? And the colleges had responsibility for, IT and licensing and all of that. Are these, since you've been in your role, that part of your work now to start to unify some of these systems to make sure that at each college they're using, the same type of products? So that licensing, even though this is a large sum of money for a district this size, is negligible, right? I guess the question is sort of piggybacking on Trustee's question. As you look at these systems that can be unified, do you anticipate this type of cost coming up for other systems that we're using?
That is a difficult question to answer. So there are the student information system was a single system since it was implemented in 2012 and put into production in 2017. So this is not recently consolidated. This was implemented as a single system for the entire district to support all of our students district-wide. Similarly, our ERP solution, our SAP platform, was rolled out district-wide. So there are a series of, I would say, core
4 systems for the district that have been from the inception introduced as a single platform. There are others that we work to consolidate in order to bring about cost savings, discounts. One such product has been the Vitron product that we brought to you within the last board meeting. Because all of our colleges already use the platform, they licensed it separately. They maintained it on different cycles. It made our support job much more difficult, and it added stock costs for us, labor costs of having to have the overhead for maintaining these different agreements and supports and what have you. So on that vein, whenever we see that there is utilization of a particular function district-wide, we move to I call a shared service model. But there are a lot of areas, particularly on the academic side, where that is not under the purview of my office. And a lot of it has to do with the need of the college and the academic freedoms that are allotted to our faculty members.
Okay.
You're
Any
very
other
welcome.
comments or questions? All right.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, student trustee.
So the SSI portal, obviously is a great tool, and I hope to continue seeing it being used. Regarding some of the maintenances, I do see that it says you can manage your career from the internet or mobile devices, but as a user who does use it on a daily basis, it's not really mobile device friendly. And also the IT kinks in it as far as like the updates on the to-do list. When you in regards to the maintenance that's going to be made, is that something that is going to be fixed as far as maybe pushing it to be an app or upgrading the to-do list so that it actually reflects more recently, because it doesn't reflect like as it should. It like you could do an item today and it'll still be on there tomorrow. So like as far as the maintenance, with the approval of this money, what maintenance are we looking at being made to the app, to the website?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry. So the solution is a enterprise platform. It's not a mobile app. It does have mobile. You can view it on your phone.
But it's not mobile friendly though. It's in the item itself. The detail says that you can manage your career from your mobile devices. But with the money that's being approved, is it going to fix how it is currently being displayed on the mobile device? Because it's not friendly on there, like for users. Just being a user myself, I know it isn't.
That is good feedback. This is the first time I'm hearing that there is an issue with the way that the career interface is on the phone. I will pass this on to our team and see if there is an improvement. But I thank you.
Okay. any more
That's
que-
great.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so this is PeopleSoft.
Yes, this is
Okay, and you're
PeopleSoft.
still going to be on it?
We are going to
after
continue
this?
to utilize campus
Okay.
solutions. Yes.
Okay, all right. And then who uses people? I know faculty does because I used it a long time ago, but who else uses it?
Well, all of our student and support services uses it. All of our financial aid
Do students?
staff use it. The students use some functionality in the PeopleSoft solution, of course, but there is a lot of it that is intended for our administrators in order to manage the student records and financial aid and all of that information.
Okay. But this isn't the system that students use to register and all that and register for classes, is it?
Yes, it is.
This is the one?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, so I agree with Trustee Cordova that yeah, I understand they don't have a designated app and that you can access it through your mobile phone. And I understand that component, but if they want to keep working with us, they got to work towards having a better accessibility component on the because no one is registering for classes, on their, hard top or whatever. What is that called? I'm so young, so I don't know. What is that thing called? Desktop. I
Yeah.
don't think students use desktops as much as we might think. I think, um,
Yeah.
mobile and on the, so far, you know all that, Vice Chancellor Litz. All right. Okay. Well, no more conversation because I just aged myself dramatically. And no. Well, I am the baby on the, no, let's see. I'm kidding. Okay. For pending for no further discussion, does anyone want to have a motion on this issue, on this item?
So moved.
So moved by VP Henderson. Second by Trustee Vettis. All right, roll call, please. Or hearing no discussion, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona. Trustee Buona. Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay. Item passes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
can we ask for a future meeting update that talks about, because I know we've been contemplating a big picture conversation with, we have HR challenges, we have sort of the technology potential consolidation amongst other things that were being contemplated with, a future of SAP and SIS. I think, patching and sort of doing stuff like this are necessary. Ultimately, I think it's a broader conversation that ultimately needs to be had. So if there's I think we contemplated some of that in the way we rolled out our bond requests as well, to have a conversation and better be served in the next few months to start having a sense
I
as to what
love
the
that.
thought process is.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's good. That's good
If
because
you didn't get it, we can talk. Like, I might not have explained that perfectly in my mind, but I think, happy to follow up with you.
in other words, memo us to death before you go, All right. Let's go on. I'm going to try to get a little bit quicker. So item Y1 is authorized special request for payment at the LA Mission College for 18563. Can I have a motion and a second on item Y1? Moved by Vettis,
Second.
second by Eno. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona. Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay. Item passes. Z, facility items Z1 through Z13. May I have a motion and a second to adopt the facilities items Z1 through Z13?
So moved.
Moved by Eno,
Second.
second by Henderson. Any items for discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buona. Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay. Series passes. AA human resources items. So employee action for president. Before we proceed to vote on the next two action items in regards to employment actions for college presidents and vice chancellors, I'll read the following language for the record that I have to. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, which is part of the Brown Act, we are required to make an oral summary of proposed action on salary schedules, compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of all executive level positions as defined in subdivision Government Code Section 35111 during the open meeting, which final action is to be taken. In our case, we need to provide such summary for positions such as the chancellor, vice chancellors, and college presidents. The agenda item now before us includes an employment action item for Dr. Amanuel Jabru, college president of Los Angeles City College, from August 1st to 2023 to June 30th, 2026, with a starting salary to step 3 of the president's salary schedule. Dr. Jabru will receive a $500 a month car allowance, and he will be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits that are received by other unrepresented administrators, including retiree health benefits. Dr. Jabru will also be reimbursed for relocation expenses not to exceed $10,000. May I have a motion and a second on item AA1?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Henderson. Second by Eno, or, okay, Eno. All right, any, okay, any discussion by trustees? Hearing none- Yes,
Can I ask just a quick question?
sure.
Because I always ask the same question. I believe he currently works at Moore Park College. Chancellor, are we paying relocation fee to move? I mean, I can't imagine he's moving, but would we pay a relocation fee if he chose to move closer to City College? I remember I've asked that question several times for several presidents, and we wound up removing the relocation because they're not coming from another state. So can you please just address that?
In this particular case, he does live in Ventura County and is planning to move to Los Angeles County near a city college. So we thought it was appropriate that he would have a education expense not to exceed. And it is a reimbursement. It's not a flat fee. It's if he does move and if there are expenses associated with that move, we do cover up to 10,000. That's our recommendation.
Are we specific about if they're moving their permanent residence or simply renting an apartment? Because I feel like, yeah, if he's moving his permanent residence and his family and relocating, that's very different than just renting someplace during the week to be, closer to the college. So do we differentiate?
We do. And in this particular case, it's my understanding from speaking to Dr. Gabru, he is moving permanently.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Buona, trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations to Dr. Jabru. Next is employment action for Dr. Nicole Albo Lopez, Vice Chancellor of Educational Programs and Institutional Effectiveness from July 1st to June 30th, 2026, with a starting salary of step 4 of the Vice Chancellor salary schedule. Dr. Albo Lopez will receive $500 a month for car allowance, and she will be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits as are received by other unrepresented administrators, including retiree health benefits. We have a motion and a second for item AA2.
I'll move to approve
Okay,
Dr.
moved by
Alba Lopez.
Hoffman,
Second.
Second.
by Henderson. Okay, any discussion or questions?
Can I just say congratulations? And it was a pleasure hanging out with you at the LA City College graduation last night. And congratulations on your permanent position.
Wait, you guys, I haven't done the roll call vote. Let me do the vote.
I thought you said any discussion. You did.
Well, should I? No, I'm kidding. All right, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Buona, trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
All right, congratulations.
Woohoo.
Item BB1, next, we will move to the recommendations from the Chancellor. Chancellor, would you please provide a brief explanation on the next action item?
Yes, this was brought up at our Budget and Finance Committee. It is moving forward now as a recommendation to the full board. This is a required resolution that we write to the Board of Supervisors that allows us to establish a tax rate for our bonds. And it allows us to exercise use of the 5.3 billion authorized in this last latest measure and components of the other measures that we have passed. So it is a necessary resolution adoption, and we're asking for your support.
Okay, can I have a motion on a second on BB1?
So moved.
So moved by
I'll
Vettis,
second.
second by Hoffman. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Buona,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Next is item CC1. It's an open public hearing. It's a public hearing on the resolution adopting the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the LA Harbor College Stormwater Implementation Project and resolution adopting the LA Harbor College Stormwater Implementation Project. This project involves the construction of an underground infiltration system, biofiltration system, 2 dynamic separators, a concrete line flood control. California Environmental Quality Act requires the district to prepare an initial study mitigated neg deck to address the environmental effects of the proposed stormwater project. Prior to adoption of the resolutions, the board will hold a public hearing to hear from members of the public regarding these matters. I now open the public hearing to hear from members of the public regarding the proposed resolutions to 1, approve a mitigated negative deck and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for LA Harbor College Stormwater Implementation Project, and approve the LA Harbor College Stormwater Implementation Project. I see here that we do, let's see. Actually, no, I don't have anything here from the public. If there's anyone here in this room that'd like to comment on this, you can step forward to the podium. Seeing none, at this time, are there any members? Oh, I did that already. Okay, I now close the public hearing. All right. Before we present the resolutions, Dr. Smith has asked to provide a brief presentation to the board on this project. Dr. Smith.
For the record, President Vela, this was referenced in the committee report. It was reviewed by FEMPOC.
Yes.
3 minutes on the item.
Yeah, I agree. And it's exciting. Very exciting. That's a big thing. Yes, sir.
This item was covered at FEMPOC.
Well, for our public, you could do a short.
Okay, so you did
1 minute.
mention a bit of what's in this presentation. Los Angeles Community College District, we've committed to ensuring that we capture all of our stormwater at every site. Not only to replenish groundwater, it's the sustainable environmental thing to do. This opportunity for us addresses any standing water that we have at the site, as well as biofiltration systems and giving an opportunity for us to cleanse the water as we recharge the groundwater in the area. And it also gives an opportunity for our ecosystem to be recharged.
Well, and congrats on this. It's a big project. Really appreciate your commitment to stormwater projects. They're very important. All right. Thank you so much. Is there any further discussion? All right. May I have a motion and second on the resolution to approve the MND?
So moved.
Moved by VP Henderson,
Second.
second by Trustee Vettis. Hearing no discussion, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Okay, so that was the MND. Now we're gonna go to the project. May I have a motion and second on the resolution to approve the LA Harbor College Stormwater Implementation Project?
So moved.
Moved by VP,
Second.
seconded by
Yeah.
Eno. All right, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Student trustee Cordova's advisory vote?
Yes.
Trustee Buona?
Yes.
Trustee Henderson?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman?
Yes.
Trustee Eno?
Yes.
Trustee Vella?
Yes.
Trustee Vettis?
Yes.
Okay. So next up is DD1. It's the General Law Enforcement and Security Services with the County of LA and LA Community College District Annual Cost Report. Chancellor.
So thank you very much, Board President Vela, members of the board, colleagues. This is brought to you for information. And the board did receive an informational item a couple of days ago that provided additional detail to this particular matter. But essentially, the board last year approved a 5-year contract with the LA Sheriff's Department for campus safety and security services. So it did do that last year. It also gave us very clear direction that if indeed there was to be any cost increase associated with the contract on an annual basis, that they would come back to the board for discussion. This particular year, the report that's been submitted to you does not show a cost increase. However, given the importance, significance, and sensitivity to the matter in discussion with the board president, we thought it would be important to have a discussion and an overview nonetheless about the year two contract services. A summary has been provided to the board, but we are here now to answer any questions that the board might have on the contract itself. So Dr. Nish is here, who provides as deputy oversight over the Sheriff's Department. And I want to introduce Leonard McCray. Please come up, Mr. McCray. He is the person that we have to provide direct oversight to the LASD contract. He has law enforcement background himself. And again, we're here and I provided general information to the board, but would entertain any questions, overview, or whatnot that we can provide. So, Mr. Vela, that is our initial report. And Mr. McCray and Dr. Nish are both here and are happy to answer any questions that you might have on the primer that was provided to the board related to year two security services for LACCD.
Okay, so let's start to my right, board members. This is in regards to an update on the sheriff contract, basically, and you received a memo. So I'll start to my right. Student trustee Cordova. Okay, trustee Buena.
Yes, I have in terms of the form of this presentation. So we got a memo on this, on this contract. So I noticed differences in the contract. So regard to, I don't have a questions with regard to that part. My question is to general counsel. Is this is set as an information item? So you've seen, I believe, have you seen the new contract?
To my knowledge, there is no new contract. There is an existing contract that the board approved last June for a 5-year term.
So what are we doing here?
In the board approval last year, the staff report that went to the board provided that if the amount that was approved here for this contract increased, any increase in the amount to come back to the group. The question here, and I think that'll be provided as part of this presentation, is if there are any changes to the services, the deployment and the number of sheriffs that are deployed, their experience, the hours that they serve, that would require a change or an amendment to the of the existing would in turn.
So what I saw from the memo that we received, you do have changes in deployment, changes in all that. So why are we not? So in your opinion, should we be taking a vote on this, or is this fine as an information item?
The board cannot act on this item today because it was under the Brown Act was generally as an informational item. If in fact recommendation is to modify the services that are in the existing contract, that amendment would have to come back to the board for full ratification.
In your opinion, is there a modification?
Yes.
So knowing that, what is, as our attorney, what should we be doing here? This is set as information. I just want to make sure that we're acting in a way that protects everyone.
Given the importance of this contract, security services, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the board, I think it's important for LACCD community to understand what changes are being in terms of the assignment, the deployment, the experience of the officers that will now be providing those services. And once the board is advised, those modifications, at a duly noticed public meeting. Today, however, you can receive any information on modifications to the existing contract.
President Vela, why is this an information item and not an agenda item to vote on?
Okay, so my understanding, and we have Dr. Nish, and I apologize if you, Mr. McCray. Okay, I apologize. Yeah, so the issue I think for us is to understand that we wanted to bring to the board a really a update, because we're into year 2, right, of 5. Okay. However, I am very interested in asking the folks that oversee this contract on any particular changes that were done in staffing, maybe price, that are significant for us to perhaps, as general counsel said, have an amendment. Because I mean, look, I don't want to bring this up again, but yet again, yeah, I handle sheriff contracts for the supervisor, and we all know the history. So yeah, so when we go into when the sheriff is contract into an agency, we were given a certain amount of staffing, a certain amount of hours, community policing, whatever. So when there's changes to that, yes, I wanted to make sure you guys knew that there is some changes, and there's some changes in the total price of the contract. So with those things in mind, I would like for staff to talk about, one, were there any changes in staffing? 2, any changes in price? And 3, has there been any significant milestones in our contract with the sheriff that perhaps the board should know about? So I'm going to leave that up to the staff to answer.
Would be happy to do so. Thank you for the questions. There has been no change to the contract. There have been changes in the cost of the units of the contract. Every year, through the cost recovery system of the county assessor, there are changes. And every year, we sign an invoice, which is called a 575. It's not a contract, it's an invoice that accepts those changes according to the deployment schedule. That is appended to the underlying contract. It is not an amendment to the underlying contract, but it does change the appendices that we have that support the contract. Specifically, it would make changes to appendices B and C. These appendices are meant to be reviewed constantly, and they are anticipated that changes will happen over a period of time. We have a 5-year contract. We have municipalities that have 10-year contracts. And so it's common that there will be changes. When you make a change in deployment, there's obviously going to be a change in cost, either up or down, depending on what you're doing with your deployment. When we received in the month of May, finally, the new rates from the county, they had over a 6%, almost 7% increase, which we anticipated there would be an increase. We wanted to look very carefully, and we have been reviewing our deployment now with Director McCray's experience and expertise since he came on board in February. We anticipate increases, right? Every year it goes up. We know that this is sensitive, and had we made no change whatsoever in deployment, we would be asking you for over 1.5 million extra dollars for a total of just about $26 million. So we looked at this from a cost perspective, but we looked at it from an efficiency perspective, and we looked at it based on the data that we had received on the crime statistics over this first year of the contract. And what we did is we did make a modification in deployment. That proposed modification was in the memo that was sent to you on Monday. I'll try to make it very clear as to what that is. We had 20 units of deputies working a 7-day shift, 56 hours. What we did is we eliminated that and went to 28 units of deputies, no difference in experience. We're not downgrading, it's a deputy to a deputy, but a deputy for 40 hours is obviously less expensive than a deputy for 56 hours. So what we could do is we could get 28 of those and have the same amount of hours so that the hours didn't change there. What we then did, based on information that we have heard from presidents, from town halls, from union leaders, is that we took on the EM shift. The EM shift is that night shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. We had 3 SOs, security officers. Those are not as skilled as deputies. But now that we have these extra deputies for 40 hours, we took 1 SO off at night and put a deputy on. So that actually brings a greater level of service to our colleges on the EM shift. And because we didn't have deputies on the campuses at night, we had roving deputies. So we could eliminate those. So there was some cost savings there. Because we don't have the deputies on the 7 days, that means that on Saturdays and Sundays, we don't have deputies on every campus. We have SOs. And so that now is covered by roving deputies. That's when we have the fewest people on our campuses, and overall district-wide, this is where we have the fewest instances that would need deputies for arrests or crimes of that sort. So this also allowed us, because we had some savings there, to increase the number of cadets in the contract from 12 to 18. And of course, colleges can get more if they want more. So
Let me stop you there. Thank you. And you know, what we know right now is that an increase in the price of the contract would have required for you to come to the board with an action item.
absolutely.
Okay, all right. So modification in our contract does not require an actual board action. However, am I correct?
That is not correct, President Vela.
Okay, so you're opining that, sorry.
So the existing contract, section 3 of the existing contract that was approved by the board reads, a new C, deployment forms shall be authored and signed annually to the district and the sheriff's department each July 1st and attached hereto as an amendment to the agreement. That is the existing language of the contract. So if there is a new C, which there is,
Right.
it requires an amendment to the contract. And,
Okay,
and,
that makes sense.
and amendments to contracts have to be approved or ratified.
Okay, Nish, what say you? Quickly, please. What say you? Hold on, please. I'm having the conversation.
I'm certainly not an attorney, and I don't wish to,
Okay.
offer a legal opinion. That
Okay.
is not my role. But in my opinion and in practice, the way the 575 is an invoice, we receive a 575 and we have signed them every year for about 24 years. They're never brought to the board for approval as an amendment. That language is correct, as General Counsel read from the base contract. That is county language. The county does not see this as an amendment to the contract. The County Board of Supervisors doesn't go back with the 575 and then revote on the contract. If our present General Counsel would opines that this is in fact an amendment to the contract, and the board accepts that opinion as she is our General Counsel, then we have no problem to bring this back to you next month, and you can vote on it as an amendment to the contract. It won't change how we review it won't be the 575. We'll bring you back the appendices B and C updated.
And I think that's fair. And when I have to tell you this, any changes in deployment should have been ran by the trustees, or you should have asked me as board president or the chancellor to resuscitate the trustee committee on the contract in order for us to give you guidance, whether or not we even wanted you to change the deployment, because you are saving us money and you're acting fiduciarily. But remember, trustees have the responsibility of protecting the whole district. And so for us, it could be a safety issue that you might not be aware of. It could be a student that wants to provide input directly to, as a student trustee. I'm not seeing that this is going to be a major impact as far as safety, but I am seeing it in that we should have trustee at least, feedback on deployment changes in the future. And by the way, very typical in city councils, they actually get very heavily involved and you, as you might know, when there are deployment changes in their contract. So let's just leave it at that. I want to go, ask the trustees a little bit more questions if anyone more questions, but let's go ahead and do that. Let's bring it back. I think we are going to have the guidance of our general counsel that we might have to come back with an actual action item. Okay, but I know trustee went out.
A tiny question?
Quick question, but I do want to let the other trustees, if I could go
course.
around. Okay. Do you have any more questions? Oh, no, go ahead. Okay.
The only point is that, yes, I obviously agree. We have one legal opinion for the entire office, but also our faculty, our staff, in terms of what is their opinion, their effect on this. I mean, they were an extremely, I didn't mention students, so forgive me, trustee, in terms of this process. The safety process is a big deal, so could you please include all of our interest groups?
Absolutely. And we'll talk offline on, having this, again, come back. And I think we have the time also to be able to engage our faculty and our students. Yeah. Yes, trustee Vettis.
A couple comments, and I'm going to actually maybe observation. I wonder if because of the sort of long-term process and dialogue and sensitivity that's come up over the years in regard to campus safety, of whether we should assign general updates to one of our standing committees for it to be a regular place where the dialogue happens. And I don't know which one it lands in per se, because sometimes it's like budget, sometimes it's IESS related when it comes to sort of the campus climate. Sometimes it actually may be facilities in terms of opening the doors and closing the doors. But wherever I think it fits, I think as I'm listening to the dialogue, it feels like just an ongoing regular place to talk about what happens, I think is valuable.
So in other words, you're volunteering for the Sheriff Contract Advisory Trustee Committee?
I'm suggesting that
'Cause last time it was Nichelle and I, and we had fun, but it was a lot.
Yeah, no, look, if you want to do it in a different committee, or if you want to assign it to one of the standing
I'd
committees.
rather assign 2 trustees to work directly since it's coming back. and
I
we-
volunteer.
Trustee Eno, I volunteer trustee
Oh,
Eno.
there you go.
Yeah, I'm volunteering.
And that way, all the deployment changes staff made, they could be ran by the trustees, the general counsel will be there. It'll just be a lot more, I think, cohesive.
So chair and be the entire committee?
She can be the chair of anything. Yes, okay.
Can I make a comment? I don't know if you see my hand up.
I just wanted to finish the
Oh,
comment.
Sorry, go ahead.
And just as a point of clarification, because it does, how we've, as I'm listening to the sort of opinions here from our staff, if we were to view, I guess let me say contracts are between 2 entities in the district. So if we approve the entity and the county doesn't, what does that mean? Because I guess I'm trying to say is that if it's coming back for us to review, and if we don't approve or we approve, we have a sitting 5-year agreement with the county. How is that functionally going to work, considering all things? Now, I could see us potentially looking at the appendice amendment that's there, but I mean, are we going to be in some kind of breach with the county because they have a signed agreement on their side? I mean, I don't know. It opens up a few doors. So before we're sort of back to us on this agenda, Chancellor and General Counsel.
Yeah, that's fair. Those are the questions that we need to ask.
Can we explore what that is? Because I
Okay.
think the debate sounds like it's a debate on approving the appendices, and as opposed to approving the contract, which is a duly executed 2-party agreement.
Okay, yes, agree. We do need to look at whether or not we're,
Or the county may have breached.
okay, yeah, good question. All right, we have trustee Hoffman really quick.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really quick. I'm not so sure we should talk about deployment and like our plans publicly. We have a safety officer now, and I guess we just broadcasted all over YouTube that we've reduced our sheriff's coverage on the weekends. So I would just say that maybe we need to leave the deployment and sort of the planning to the experts.
Perfect. I love
Thank
that
you.
idea. And Chancellor,
For the
can we?
record, she confirmed it, so trustee Hoffman should be confirming things.
Wait,
So-
what? I didn't hear what you said.
So Chancellor, if we could also have a safety presentation, maybe a committee of the whole, we appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Again, it's informational. We're gonna go ahead and move on. Item DD2, notification of out-of-state travel. Anything? Here we go. East LA College. Let's see. Going to DC. Nice. Okay. Any questions on out-of-state travel? Trustees? All right. Next. DD3, notice for approval of board policies, chapter 3.
I do have something.
Okay.
I'm a little disappointed that council didn't provide information or put BP 3433, the prohibition of sexual harassment under Title IX, back on the board agenda. I think at this point, I'm looking for a final version that mimics the template from CCLC. And I believe I requested that at the last board meeting. So just hopefully we can bring it back. I'm sure it was just an oversight since we reviewed it a couple of times. So hopefully it'll be on the July 5th board agenda. Thank you.
General Counsel, can we bring that? Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. All right. In front of us is notice for approval of board policies. Again, this is informational. That means that this is gonna come back, right? These in particular. Okay, so trustees, they're in front of you here: child abuse reporting, drug-free environment, alcoholic beverages, and intellectual property. Okay. Any questions? Any comments? All right, let's move on to BB4, notice of approval of board policies. Again, this means that it's coming next time. This is on campus safety and security. Okay. And it also has administrative procedure. Any comments, Chancellor, on these?
Just for the board's notice as well, it was at the last meeting, the one before, you had asked if there are accompanying APs, administrative procedures, that they be accompanied with the board policy. So that that is indeed done.
Thank you. And finally, it's BB5, which is a third quarter financial status report. Any questions from trustees on these? This is Ms. Gordon's shop.
This was reviewed by the budget committee a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned it in my report.
Oh, I remember. Okay, great. All right. So finally, it's EE, announcements and indications of future proposed actions by members of the Board of Trustees. Board of Trustees, do you have any information or any announcements you'd like to do or proposed actions to the right? Yeah. Okay, we will start with Trustee Cordova. Trustee Cordova, do you have any announcements or anything?
Okay.
When is your next student advisory committee?
Oh, we have a meeting this Friday
Okay, all right.
Excited.
This
Our
Friday
first-
at 9:30?
at 9:30 in the morning. Yes, to 3 p.m.
Is it on Zoom or in person?
It will be in person. Because there's, I think, due to the Board Act or the Brown Act. I'm
Oh, the
sorry. We're trying to move everything in person now, post pandemic.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Trustee Belma.
Yes, so I would, this is about future items, right? So my question is, last year I know that this goes to our fiscal audit. Is there a way as a board that we could have a presentation of our audit as a board, and maybe a month before, a little, kind of group training in terms of, sections of the audit, in terms of, because the audit ultimately, it's just not a fiscal audit, there's programmatic components to the audit. And I think just my request would be for that conversation to occur in public, because that's the level of accountability. But for the board to have it at least 3 weeks prior, because last year just got thrown in, and it was like there was no ability to have a discussion or change on it. So that's my
I agree with you, and I don't know if someone's here from Ms. Gordon's shop. Anybody? But if we could definitely bring that in a presentation, either a chancellor's report or committee of the whole. I think what Trustee Guana is referring to is the overarching audit on our finances, not the bond audit. I think that's separate. It's more the one that we look at all of our expenditures from our general fund, from the district. So that's the one you're referring to. Okay.
One last thing. There are across the state, there is a movement to kind of improve. This goes to risk management, whistleblower policies at the district. One thing that I've observed in the last 6 years is that we don't have a very clear loop in terms of how we handle complaints, whistleblower, and there's just an observation is that there's too much of an opportunity for folks to not act on whistleblower stuff. For instance, the state bar is whistleblowers don't go to the state bar because they've proven that they can't handle stuff as a state bar, which is quite embarrassing. So I think looking at that, and my recommendation, just a recommendation, would be to look at the concept of risk management, whistleblower, and bad acts, because we have seen bad acts, and figure out how we potentially, get someone outside to review what we're doing and to see if we can be a better LACCD. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one, VP Henderson. Any announcements?
No announcements, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Hernandez,
Announcements.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes, I guess I'll inform the board as Dr. Smith and the Chancellor and myself reviewed, at least for a future FEMPOC and future coming to the board, a KPMG scope of work for a future audit. If there's any interest to view it, you can let any of us know and we can show you the scope. It's pretty comprehensive. But in the spirit of the comment that was just asked, I'll let you know that that's already begun, and beyond ongoing questions and recommendations, there's desire to also be consistent from year to year on certain issues. But many of the things that have been discussed and talked about over the years with the bond program are going to be included in this scope of work. So, but I'll offer that in the first spirit of transparency there. The second thing is, and I appreciate Trustee Vela, and nobody knew her better than him. The journey in memory of Gloria Molina. For some of us that grew up on the east side, she's sort of the only politician we knew. At least the only politician my parents remember by name and could call her out. But she had a very special relationship with East LA College. She was a product of community college herself with Riondo. And I do believe there's some efforts underway to recognize her. So if in the near, future, she's certainly an icon. I think some 82 was the first time to 2014. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that, she chaired the California Community Foundation, which was a tremendous sponsor and partner for us when it came to basic student needs. And so even in retirement, she was really quite active, and I'd had how much was our award from the California Community Foundation? Almost $1 million in terms of basic student needs. And that came to the district and our students. And sometimes we don't sort of understand who's on these boards. They come to us via foundation, but she had a role that she played there that was very significant. So, I know as it's underway, if we can keep the board informed and updated, and I think it would be, great to acknowledge somebody who was an absolute champion and warrior, and was involved in a number of programs, projects, and activities, and certainly even continued after her elected life. Noble and honorable.
Thank you, Trustee Willis. Appreciate that so much. And, I know she worked with you, and, it's definitely a very touching thing for us to be able to remember her today. Trustee Eno, any announcements?
No, thank you, everyone.
Future proposed action. Okay, Trustee Hoffman.
No announcements.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Next, we're going to go into public comment. Are there any members of the public signed up to address the board on not in the agenda? And we do have several folks. We have AFT here, AFT 1521. So what I'm going to do is first allow for Sheila Wright, who is speaking on a disability issue. She's been waiting on Zoom. Sheila, can we bring Sheila Wright in, please? This is regarding an ADA accommodation request approval for sick time. So this is, if the AFT, please do not get impatient. We do want to make sure we take up this person first. So Sheila, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I have. Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, members of the board. And respectfully, I have submitted a request to participate for public comment on the section of the board agenda to address my request for assistance for the restoral of my sick time and vacation time as a result of participating in the good faith interactive process for my request for an ADA accommodation with Los Angeles City College. I participated in that process for 8 months, and during that time, I was instructed by the president to use my exception time, which I did. After the ADA accommodation was approved, and it was approved on April of 2022, I have not been able to get assistance in restoring my sick time and vacation time. Now, I must respectfully say I've gone through the different tiers of leadership. I have followed protocol. I even sent a letter respectfully to the chancellor, but I didn't receive a response. I sent a letter to the president from Los Angeles City College, and I didn't receive a response, so I gave up. It wasn't until last week that I learned that, and congratulations, the current president is retiring, but I felt that if I didn't speak up, that my request for assistance would fall on deaf ears. So I asked myself the question, where do you go or who do you speak to if you can't get assistance from the president? And so I was guided toward the Board of Trustees. This is not a complaint. You did not say it was a complaint. I just need to have my time restored. I have since retired, but it was not within the time I wanted to retire, but I retired December the 31st of 2022. And it's my understanding from the retirement unit, in order for me to receive my sick time, it has to be entered into the system at my campus. So I have reached out, I've made those requests, but to no avail, I have not received a response. So
Ms.
I'm
Wright?
reaching.
Ms.
I'm
Wright,
sorry.
we hear you loud and clear. The chancellor's here next to me.
Yes.
So President Gallagher's here. The chancellor will follow up with President Gallagher and get back to you.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the time. Have a
And I
wonderful
appreciate you for
evening.
being patient.
No, thank you.
Follow up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we do have about 13 folks. They're here with AFT 1521. So what I want to do is ask the board to entertain a motion to limit the time limit to 2 minutes, which is pretty generous considering that it is a very long meeting. If that's okay with all y'all. So a motion
So moved.
by Hernandez, seconded by Hoffman. Roll call, please.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's
I didn't say, what?
You got reflexes.
It was me, no, Trustee Hoffman, Trustee Eno, a second.
Oh, you seconded. Okay, thank you, Justina.
Student trustee Cardoza advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Buelna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hernandez,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Okay, motion passes. First up is Sharon Hendricks in person. Yes.
For a meeting,
What's that?
not post session.
Okay, sorry, you can have a long night, so I apologize for that. But good evening, I guess, at this point. Good evening.
Ms. Hendricks.
My name is Sharon Hendricks, and I am a faculty member at LA City College. I'm here to ask that the district bargaining team choose to move on some key issues in our current bargaining. As many of you know, we're currently in negotiations right now for our 23 to 26 contract. Our current contract expires just in a couple of weeks at the end of June. And we believe it's in the district's best interest to negotiate a strong contract to remain competitive in the crowded Los Angeles Community College marketplace. There are 3 areas that we're asking the district to make changes that will achieve student success and attract the best faculty to our district: class size, work environment, and wages. I went to City's graduation last night, so I know Mary's sitting behind me, and I want to It was really exciting to see 1,200 students from City, 1,200 Cubs graduate. And thanks to Trustee Hoffman and Vice Chancellor Albo Lopez for being there. So, and your remarks, attendance. And Dr. Gallagher, it was so fun to see your leadership. I know you're behind me, and just celebrate your retirement as our college president. We wish you all the best in the next chapter. There were students speaking about the individual attention they received in their classes with their faculty, how powerful their professors were in influencing their success. If we want students to choose us, then we need to have smaller class sizes where students are known and their individual needs are addressed. On campus, we've had issues with crime, classrooms that are too cold or hot, garbage, restrooms, you know the list. And if we want students to choose us as a district, we need cleaner, safer, and healthier learning and work environments. We have more tenured faculty. I never thought, I've worked here 16 years, I've never heard more faculty tenured leaving the district for more other places. Either they can't afford the cost of living in LA, they don't want to drive over an hour each way to get to work. If we want students to choose us, then we need to have the best faculty and keep them. So we need a raise. So appreciate if you would tell the negotiating team to address those issues for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next is Rachel DeLupio, and Rachel is on Zoom. Rachel, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Rachel Harper DeLupio, and I am a full-time chemistry and chemical technology CTE instructor at Los Angeles Trade Technical College. I'd first like to thank the board for their continued responsible stewardship of our district. And I'm speaking today with my union as I'm concerned about what's taking place in our current contract bargaining negotiations. In the sessions, and I've attended every one, what I've heard thus far is student success is not directly impacted by class size. Rather, it's the quality of the instructor that matters, or a reasonable temperature range for classrooms is between 61 and 87 degrees. We've also seen management's lack of trust in non-classroom faculty's ability to appropriately meet student scheduling needs without direct oversight. Regarding class size, as faculty, echoing my esteemed peers, our roles go beyond the delivery of information and the measurement of student competence. At least 30% of our working lives is direct one-on-one interactions with students, recognizing and acknowledging their competencies, helping them understand where their skills are valued, and how they can have an impact on the world around them and the future they're inheriting. It's also helping students recognize their gaps and navigate their way to proficiency in these areas. In smaller classes, this is entirely possible. We can leverage classroom activities that allow free exploration, discussion, and continuous feedback tailored to each student's goals. The pushback against returning to pre-COVID class size halves the time we have for each student and the level of direct engagement we can offer. Education and equitable access to a living wage are the core of our enterprise. Every piece of curriculum offered, every program developed, every completion the district is paid for was generated by faculty and staff. Your most competent faculty members are doing everything I mentioned in addition to building industry and dual enrollment partnerships, developing programs, navigating administrative bureaucracy, and acting as a social safety net, and helping students overcome obstacles to their educational goals. These skills are all incredibly transferable. It's a passion for the outcomes we're able to achieve that keeps faculty fully engaged and within the district. Management has not responded through 3 rounds of negotiation meetings to the 3 months, of negotiating meetings to the proposed faculty wage increase, which would be the second wage increase in the last 23 years beyond cost of living adjustments. Management appears to assume that students will continue to attend classes where they get no individual attention due to large class size, in classrooms without reasonable climate control or basic cleanliness, and faculty will enthusiastically engage with an administrative body that does not value their contributions and actively chooses to implement obstacles to classroom success.
Ms. DeLupio, can we summarize, please?
Yes, I'm on my last sentence.
Oh, I was right on time. Okay.
This inherent hubris leaves me concerned for the future of our district. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I do appreciate everything you're doing for the district, esteemed board members.
Thank you so much. Okay, next with us is Julie Washenik. Julie, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Chancellor Rodriguez, Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Issues and all our 9 colleges. Today, I speak on behalf of City College and as the Work Environment Chair Committee and a member of the DWAC. I want to thank and acknowledge the campus VPs of Administrative Services, the college presidents, and the district for their efforts in addressing work environment concerns. However, there's a dire need to meet our goals sooner rather than later. Safety, cleanliness, HVAC, and IT have been at the forefront of our concerns. Tracking ongoing projects such as door locks, cameras, blue phones, perimeter fencing, and heating and cooling issues have been dated 4 to 5 years ago or even longer. The progress of these projects is moving very slowly to either lack of funding, the priority of the project, or the tedious procurement process. With recent incidents that occurred district-wide that are very concerning are break-ins and robberies, the fatal stabbing in November 2022 at City College. To date, there hasn't been any training or an updated emergency plan in place. The recent assault of female nursing students in our sci-tech building restrooms on 2 separate occasions. These students are so scared that they go in groups to use the restrooms. What message is the district sending our students, staff, and faculty if they cannot provide us with a safe, clean, and functional campus? I want students and faculty to return to campus and enrollment to increase, and we need to do a better job on safety issues. As of date, we are not equipped or prepared for any type of emergency. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to discuss further the recommendations of the WEC, DWEC, and faculty members that urge the district to take action on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Roxana Sanchez on Zoom. Go ahead and.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can see me, but hello and good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Well, thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak. As you heard, I'm Roxana Sanchez. I am a full-time counselor in the DSPS office at Los Angeles Southwest College. And like my colleague who was speaking before me, I am also concerned about the work environment and how this can support student success. As a DSPS counselor, I provide students with accommodations, advocacy, and ensure access to the learning environments and programs and activities on campus, which is mandated by Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Now, I say this because before COVID, I'm not really sure if 100% LACCD was being accessible. But 3 years later, success because of COVID. We're offering services online, which is equitable. So as a high trusted non-teaching faculty, I am requesting that our current contract negotiations include parity with our teaching faculty in the areas of assignments, working conditions, and working environment, and that you continue to honor the current MOU, which is to give our work environment and online services so that we have access for our students, and we know access produces success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next up is Katie Queen. Please up to the podium. Please come up to the podium, Katie.
Thank you. So I am a full-time faculty at Los Angeles Valley College. I teach two-dimensional design, color theory, and all the ceramics courses at the college. And I also run the lab there. As a union member, this contract is important to me as it protects faculty rights and student success. I've sat quietly through Zoom for the last 10 negotiation sessions, listening to my representatives plead and reason and insist that classroom sizes be reduced. Faculty have provided you with numerous research and data that proves that smaller classes lead to higher success for our students. I am here to echo that sentiment. As an educator, I am in direct contact with students every day. We know what our students need. Class sizes matter. Students need individual support in the classroom. They need to know that they have mattered, that there is room for their voice. We need to connect with them, learn their names, and invest in who they are. After COVID restrictions were partly lifted, my classes were able to meet in person, but at half capacity. And for safety of the health of the students and for faculty and staff, teaching classes with only 12 to 15 students for those 2 semesters was a glimpse into what is possible and how we can best serve our student body. Students in large classes feel like they are a number and can easily be left behind. At LACCD, faculty are constantly being asked to review the previous year's data in program review that illustrates our retention and completers for our programs. You want retention and you want completers. So please give us the chance to really teach and support our students and meet these goals. Lower class sizes need to happen now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Queen. Abram Antler.
Hi, I'm Abram Antler, and I'm an adjunct faculty right now at Los Angeles Valley College, and I'm a 14-year district employee. I was at Southwest College for 4 years prior to going to Valley College. And it's my third time actually coming to the headquarters here, but my first time speaking before you. And I just want to let you know that my experiences as an adjunct have been mostly positive and fulfilling. In fact, I'm still in contact with several students I had at Southwest College. And I savor opportunities to get together with full-timers and other adjuncts at Valley College and workshops, and also had a lot of fulfilling classroom experiences at Valley College as well. But I also want to explain that why there's dissatisfaction for pretty much all the district adjuncts. We appreciate efforts that you guys have made to increase benefits and improve the quality of our life, salary also. We take advantage of it and pretty much feel more loyal to the schools we teach at. But while enrollments have decreased, class sizes are still too large. When I have online classes, the capacity typically hits 45. And it's pretty much the same amount of grading as it would be if it were a face-to-face class. And basically, we hope that we have your support reducing class sizes, and literally in all 9 schools. And we also want to hold ourselves to high standards, hoping that we can keep our classes from getting canceled and also perform to everyone's satisfaction. Now, adjunct faculty lose sections, and students also cannot graduate on time if they can't get the classes that they've signed up for. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antler. Donna Shloshistaya on Zoom. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Donna.
Okay, amazing. I really appreciate having this platform to speak. I'm Donna Zlochista, and I have been a dual enrollment student that's been taking IGETSI requirement classes at Valley and Pierce for the past few years. Last spring semester, I had signed up for an evening psychology class at Pierce that worked with my high school schedule and also fulfilled those requirements. But unfortunately, 3 days before the class was scheduled to start, I received an email from the professor stating that the district canceled the class because we weren't able to fill enough seats. And I really had to rush to figure out what classes I would be able to take. Because at that point, a lot of them had already filled up their slots. And it was really difficult for me to lose those options, and it caused me to have to reevaluate and change my academic plan, which caused a lot of stress that frankly, I feel like could have been avoided. And then this past spring semester, I took a ceramics Art 709 class with Professor Katie Queen, who just spoke. And a vital aspect of that class was receiving individualized attention and feedback, because we were learning how to wheel throw, which is a very specialized skill, and it's very easy to make mistakes every step of the way. And Professor Queen was really amazing at providing that support, but there were 4 different levels of art students in the same space, which amounted to a fairly large class size and meant that she was spread quite thin, and that there wasn't as much time for individualized feedback and learning as there could have been with a smaller class size. And I think that reducing class sizes would really contribute to student success and provide a more meaningful learning environment. It would make it easier for professors to better assist students with one-on-one time. And it would also really make a difference for more professors to kind of have the time and the space to learn my name, which is really motivating when they do, because that just makes me feel that they know and care about me and want me to succeed. And yeah, I hope that we can make the right choice in supporting our educators and students like myself in order to ensure the most favorable student outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donna. Next is Alejandro Cabrera. Alejandro, come on up to the podium.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Hello, I am Alex, and I am a student from Pierce College. So I'm a political science major, and what I want to talk about is the issue about why class size matters. So larger classes are harder for single professors to handle because they don't have aides like in some universities, like CSUN, have to help out with this immense class they have. And another issue is that what's it called, and they're not really good for people with learning disabilities, such as myself. And so it, it also hampers the education they need because you don't have much of a student and professor relationship that is crucial, and and also because you need one-on-one um, interaction, such as like with in person. What's it called? Sorry. Give me a sec. Sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
Yeah. So back in fall 2019, I took a class with 40 to 50 students or more, and I did pass the class. It was difficult because of the lack of connection with the professor. And I really do think you need a good student professor relationship because you know, you can have office hours and you have, you know, one-on-one feedback, and it's hard to do that when you have a large classroom full of people because like when in that large classroom, I felt like I was just a number, and you're just like out of many people that were in it. So I really hope that you guys do the correct choice and go for a smaller classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Patricia Godinez. Patricia? She's not here. Is she online? Okay, not online either. Okay. Tracy Harkins. Tracy, come on up.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you, Tracy Harkins, Los Angeles Mission College. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for all of your hard work and dedication. I'd like to thank you all in advance for your support towards a fair and timely contract agreement that will enable all of us to best serve students. One item in negotiation now is the equalization of the kinesiology load from 18 units to 15 units. This correction is long overdue. Our kinesiology faculty meet the same minimum qualifications as other academic areas. They teach vitally important curriculum about the science of human movement. And as should go without saying, their classes require preparation, assignments, tests, and grading, and are often multi-level classes that require preparation for multiple levels and assignments and tests all at the same time. Requiring more hours for kinesiology load means not only that kinesiology instructors are paid less for their respective time, but also that they have significantly more students to monitor and grade, sometimes as many as 350 students in a semester. It is an absolute joy and privilege to serve our students. However, the kinesiology load is not equitable in comparison to other disciplines. This is not reasonable or justified, and it should be corrected. The kin load should be no more than 15 hours, as is the standard for most disciplines, to allow our kin faculty equal footing and adequate time to serve students and the campus while meeting their load. This was corrected in dance in the last negotiation and should be corrected in kinesiology this time. In addition to supporting equity through a correction in the kin load, as the largest community college district in this state, and I don't know, maybe even the country, we should be leading the way in providing competitive compensation, particularly in light of the extremely high cost of living in Los Angeles. There are districts with smaller class sizes, functioning equipment, clean facilities, and stronger compensation. I know we can do better for our LACCD community and fighting for the colleges that our students deserve. Finally, as a department chair, I'm preparing to hire and finalize assignments for next semester. Reaching an agreement as soon as possible will enable us to plan effectively and efficiently for the coming semester and prepare us to best serve students. Thank you for your support in encouraging a fair and timely agreement.
Thank you very much. Next is Lorenzo Ibarra. Lorenzo, come on up. Mr. Ibarra. Is Mr. Ibarra online? No, okay. Next is Alex Dijon. or Dejan? Alex. Is he online? Okay. And then finally, Julio Suja. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to take the place of one of the people who
Okay,
weren't
yeah,
allowed to come.
absolutely.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jeff Hicks. I'm Associate Professor of English at LA City College. I thank the trustees for allowing me to speak today. I want to start just by saying, on average, each week I probably spend between 5 and 20 hours unpaid. And you know what? Every single faculty member in this room does exactly the same thing. Why? Because we care. We're going to spend that extra time answering emails, planning for lessons, planning for emergencies, because we actually care about our students. The question is, do you care? AFT 1521 has presented every single proposal we've got for this contract cycle, whereas the district itself and their negotiating team has been dragging their heels. We haven't seen responses to a great number of the proposals we put forward. And so again, the question becomes, do you care? Our contract is about to expire. We have about 3 weeks left. The AFT has moved on a lot of our positions. We started out asking for, I think, 32 for class size. We've moved twice. The district hasn't budged. Do you care? We're looking at the end of our contract, and what we're asking for is not for us, right? I'm not going to go take the extra money and go gamble in Vegas. No, it's to make sure that our district gets the best professors possible. We're asking for better working environment, not for us, but for our students. I had a student last night at the LA City College graduation say, as part of her speech, that one of the problems she's had to deal with on a daily basis is having to step over puddles of urine at our college. Do you care? I can't make the bargaining team act. I can't make the district move. But you, the Board of Trustees, can talk to them, right? Get them moving. We need a fair contract, again, not for us, but for our students, because we care.
Thank you. I think that is it. Oh, okay. Come on up. Why don't you state your name for the record?
Hi, I'm Julio Tsuja. I teach sociology at Pierce College. Should I just get started?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for giving us this time. Second of all, very importantly, we'd like to thank all the students, especially the ones that spoke today, because they're always at the center of everything we do as faculty. And lastly, I'd like to thank and recognize my entire group of colleagues here. We don't get paid for taking 4 hours of our personal days to do this, but we do it because we believe in the sacrifice that's important, and I'm proud every single day to fight and stand with you. People like Sharon, like Julie, like Rachel, Roxana, Katie, Abram, Tracy, and Jeff, who just spoke, they represent hundreds of faculty that tune in every week to watch these negotiation sessions. Now, throughout this time, our faculty has shown unwavering patience and decorum up to now. As asked, we have stayed on mute during these meetings, and as asked, we have refrained from even making facial reactions, which has been honestly kind of hard at times, having to hear the things that are proposed from administration. Now, with our contract expiring at the end of this month, I would like you to know that our faculty have been feeling increasingly frustrated and disrespected throughout this process. For example, on May 19th, we had 400 faculty show up to bargaining, hear responses on work environment, class size, and more. However, the management team decided to call a caucus and announced that bargaining would end early without getting to the counter proposal that our faculty was eagerly waiting for, left us confused and irritated. Then, on June 2nd, 100 of our faculty were left waiting as the scheduled 12 p.m. negotiation start time was delayed for an hour. This is simply unacceptable. Our bargaining team has finished putting our proposals forward. We have witnessed administration be unprepared and unresponsive. Management has yet to respond on compensating faculty fairly, nor are they willing to negotiate on reducing class size. In fact, administration has made the argument that class size is not important, and that what really matters is teacher quality. Honestly, this is very difficult for the hundreds of us that watch this to not take that personally, because what it implies is that we teachers are responsible and to blame for the educational inequalities that our students face. Finals week is over. June 30th is around the corner. And honestly, we're getting tired of having our patience tested. We need to see movement on the work environment, on class size, and salary at the table moving forward. We need a fair contract now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we do have one more speaker, Patricia Godinez, and you please unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, thank you for having me. I just had first of all, I wanted to thank the board for your support and all in this time that we're in recovery of all the loss of enrollment that we've had. But I also wanted to add that at East, we've been fortunate to be able to have some data that we've collected to show that our support courses in English have actually successfully proven throughput, which is what the state is asking for. So I just wanted to ask, perhaps during the negotiation, to consider support courses or transferable courses with support English and math, perhaps if not the reduction of class size for all disciplines, perhaps just the two disciplines, starting with the two disciplines that have been most affected by the implementation of AB 1705, which will begin in the fall semester. Just a consideration I would like to make and perhaps discuss during the negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Godinez. I just want to go ahead and thank all of you for being here in solidarity, letting us know of your concerns. We thank you for coming. Thank you all. Okay. I think that's it, Lupe, with public comment. Okay. Not on the agenda. We do have, are there any members of the public signed up to address the board on closed session agenda matters? I don't have any on my end. Okay. Let's move on. The board will recess to closed session in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, sections 54950 and the Education Code to discuss the matters on the posted closed session agenda pursuant to Government Code 5495545. I have a motion and a second to recess to closed session. Moved by Buona, seconded by VP Henderson. Any discussion? Hearing no opposition, let's go ahead and recess.
Taking a 10-minute break or?
Yeah, let's do a 5 to 10 minute bathroom break. Okay, 5 to